Hi. Yeah.
Welcome
Oh,
to
God.
Shonen BattleCast, the only podcast sponsored by the new Taco Bell deep fried cum burrito.
Yours today
At
or
first,
tomorrow.
at first I thought you said welcome to the Jonas Brothers, and I was gonna be like, what?
That's right. I'm Nick Jonas. That's Joe Jonas. There's Peter Jonas. Kevin doesn't get to fucking come.
Is his name Peter Jonas?
No.
I thought it was.
Yeah, dude. That's the
Wait. No. Oh wait, is that the fourth
secret,
Jonas
that's
brother?
The secret Joe.
No,
bro.
the fourth Jonas brother is Frankie. He's
Peter.
the one that made that one TikTok about like hentai.
What the fuck are you
What?
saying, Mike?
I don't know any
Frankie-
of this.
Frankie Jonas, the fourth Jonas brother, he made a TikTok about hentai or something.
Just like how Gibby from iCarly made a TikTok about being a washed-up child actor who does drugs now.
Oh, did he?
Damn.
He didn't say he does drugs, but the rest of that is true.
I bet he does
Ah.
though.
And then he takes off his shirt, right?
Yeah, and then he
Okay.
fucked me in the ass.
Whoa.
Good.
That was uncalled
said-
for.
And then he shouts, "Gibby!"
Could you imagine if the guy who played Gibby just still screamed Gibby like it was like,
Yeah.
Oh my god! Did you guys hear they're fucking bringing back iCarly? They're doing a
Wait, what?
revival.
They are?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. It got confirmed on the internet like 2 days ago.
Oh,
That's funny.
jeez.
I thought they were doing a Drake and Josh thing.
They might be, but
Okay.
Sam
God,
and
this
Car-
shit is stupid. Who do they make this stuff for?
It's Sam and Carly. They
memes.
They decide to revive iCarly as an OnlyFans.
Oh God.
Yeah, but there's no feet pics. Nickelodeon doesn't want to open up that controversy again.
Well,
Dan Schneider. Dan
welcome
Schneider
to the
keeps
first episode
subscribing.
of the iCarly podcast.
That's true.
Dude, I thought that was gonna be our April Fool's video.
Wait,
No, we're gonna
was
do
it?
the Shellman Bing Bang for April Fools.
I
First
don't even
season
know.
of Shellman the Bing Bang Theory.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
But before we do that, we're gonna do our last for a while episode of Black Clover, finishing off the first saga with the entire Reincarnation Arc. 80 whole chapters.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Chapters 134 to 214, and anime episodes 85 to 120.
Well, fun fact, I
Holy shit.
actually read and watched both in only 10 minutes.
Oh yeah,
What?
did you?
Dude,
That's
I should
impressive.
Are you Julius Novachrono?
Dude, I
He's
should
got-
be I should be in the Giannis Book of World Records.
The wait.
He's got the time magic, but Ash has got the Elon Musk anime streaming chip in his brain.
Did you just say
No, wait.
Janus?
Yeah, the Giannis
Julie.
World Record book.
Julius has the Elon Musk anime streaming chip in his brain. Ash, you
Yeah.
have it too. Show them your brain.
True. Yeah. We read all these chapters. It was a lot.
There was a lot of fighty action, good times.
Oh yeah, lots of fighting
But
to do. But yeah, so
before-
this is supposed to be like this is like the end of like the first saga of the series essentially, which so that's why we're not doing the arcs after it yet because they're not done.
once they finish up, we'll get to the Heart Kingdom arc and all the anime filler after that too, probably, and
And etc.
move into
etc.
this.
Yes.
Move into the Spade stuff.
But we're gonna do another series after this. We'll talk about that at the end.
Yeah, stay tuned if you want to learn what it is.
Whoa. It's a big mystery.
Whoa.
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 All right. Yeah. How about we just start then?
Okay, before we get into the manga, though,
Oh.
I watched the anime two-parter filler of Yami and Vengeance.
Oh yeah.
That was filler?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't in the manga.
Well, it was
when
in
I-
one panel, but
Oh yeah,
Dude,
Or
when
two
I-
panels.
When I was watching the anime for the first time with you, Dylan, that seemed totally in place to me.
That's the point.
It was a good addition, you know.
Yeah, it
Well,
was. It was a
mo-
good time.
Yeah, most of the filler in the series is literally just basically expanded manga content, and it's pretty much, in my eyes, it's canon, unless it's like explicitly non-canon.
Yeah.
What, you don't think the Thanksgiving OVA where they deliberately watch scenes from Black Clover in character is filler, non-canon? I think you're a
I would
fool.
make that call, yes.
I think you're a fool.
I can't believe that that's a thing that exists.
It was
I can.
hilarious, honestly.
This morning I watched the first episode of Mogyuto Black Clover, and it was so awesome.
Wait, was it actually good?
It was
Is it the-
hilarious.
That's the chibi spin-off thing.
Yes, it was so funny.
I couldn't get over the looks. I thought it was gonna look like the Petite Clover clips, but it's just kind of
It's
ugly.
different.
Yeah.
It is kind of, but it's just funny. It was
Check
good.
it out then.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, Mogyuto Black Clover, it's like a spin-off side series anime thing where they're like chibi.
Except for in the opening when they're all neon with
Oh,
reused
God.
assets from old openings.
It's got the
It's
coolest opening.
Yeah, it's opening, even though it's like reused assets, it's such a cool song and a bunch of cool like neon visuals. I love that one.
It's nice. It's nice. Wait, Mike,
Yeah.
you can't
What?
see neon.
Neon is
You're-
gas.
I'm just
It's just a lot of neon gray.
I'm just
Neon gray.
Neon
Favorite
gray.
color.
That's gonna be Gray's transformation in the final arc, neon gray.
True.
Yeah, she's gonna transform into the demon that the bones are from, and she's gonna still have her same haircut though.
Yeah, and he's gonna be like, "Don't look at me. I have a lot of eyes now, but don't look at me."
Oh God, making eye contact with 60 eyes is way more embarrassing.
Woo.
I know I'm the size of a mountain, but geez, can you look somewhere else?
Yeah. Rude.
Yeah. So, Black Clover. We this is the arc.
10
Dive
minutes
in.
into the podcast, we start talking about the thing.
It's actually 7 minutes. But yeah, so where we last left off, I believe, was with Zoro, right?
Yeah, he arrived at the Royal Knight's place, but we don't pick up right from there at the first chapter of this arc. The first first thing we see is a little dream sequence from the point of view of Raya, and it's nice. It's cool. It's like a cool little first person thing, and it also gives us an early setup introduction of Patri for later, which is good.
Patri,
Yo, I don't
who's
know
that?
I don't know why. I could have sworn his name was Patir.
It's like, it's weird.
Wha-
Like, I think
Yeah.
some translations call him Patoli.
Yeah, Patoli. They call him that on the subreddit a lot.
Patoli cannoli.
It's like because R's and L's are all fucking
Yeah.
mixed up and shit. Nobody knows, so that's why.
It's a translation thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah.
yeah.
We have a little dream sequence with him, and he wakes up, and he's like, "The awakening must be near." And you're reading it, and you're like, "You just woke up, dumbass. Of course it's near." And then we cut back to Zora.
And you're like, wait, is this 2013? Is Fire Emblem Awakening coming out?
That's true. He's getting up so he can play it. It's coming in the mail, and he's like, "The awakening must be near," because he's tracking the Amazon order on his phone.
Yeah.
And now we cut back to Zora, and
He's a what?
He's
he's
Black
he's
Bull.
what? He's black?
he's a black bull.
I didn't know that Zora was black.
Yes.
Horrible.
Horrible.
Yes. He's both. But but yes, so apparently Zoro was a black bull the whole time. Actually, didn't we learn this last time? Now that I
Yeah.
think about it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Well, we get the Wizard King talking to him, and
Yeah.
wait, did we get the flashback with Yami last
Yeah.
time?
Yes.
It was like a single panel, yeah. The
Right,
last
yeah.
chapter we covered last time showed him arriving at the Royal Knights gathering and with a black bull robe.
And here he is with the black
Yeah,
bull robe.
that's right. And
Yeah.
now all the Royal Knights are here, and we're gonna put on the things. Asta's a bit zonked out because he's all like disappointed because of his loss to Yuno. But Yuno is able to like get him out of it by continuing to be kind of a dick
As
because
usual.
he's like, yeah, because he's like he's like, you can just go home because I'm gonna be the Wizard King, and I guess because like they grew up together, he knows that that's gonna like get Asta back to normal because Asta does go back to normal. He's like, no, it's gonna be me, and he's got the smile, and he's back, and they put on the Royal Knights robes, and they look dumb.
Oh my god. They all
Honestly,
look dumb, but Asta looks like a fucking dork.
Yeah.
yeah,
Holy
I think
shit.
I think the author knew they kind of looked like kind of dorky, which is why Asta's is so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it was just like like to keep the
Well, the idea is that
keep things
Asta
simple.
has to, like, he needs to be able to move around really easily because he fights at such a close range and with his swords and everything. So that's why
Pretty
he's
much.
like got such a skimpy outfit. But like,
Yeah, he's a little
it's
slut.
yeah. It looks
Yeah,
very
cut that.
not good,
Yeah,
or so.
it looks his looks dumb, and
You know
like,
what they should have done?
what should they have done?
They should have like designed a cool logo for the Royal Knights and like made a brand of it and have Mereoleona brand everyone.
Oh
Oh
god.
yeah, line up. I'm going to punch you in a chest and carve the symbol into your chest flesh, and then they do.
Asta's is just like square in the center of his face because he was being annoying.
Asta's robe looks like a bib. I just realized
Yes, it does.
because he's baby.
Yo,
Because he
no,
eat the
it's no,
food. He's
it's
shown in protag. He eat the food.
no, it's a bib because it's a reference to in the final arc when Charmy becomes the new captain and starts a team called the Black Bulls, all about eating food.
Right.
Nice.
In
That better
the
happen.
manga, they go right into like them leaving to go to the Midnight Sun hideout, but in the anime, for some reason, they say it's in 3 days, and they all go back to the royal capital to like hang out for a bit.
Yeah.
Asta and Noel go to visit the Fuegoleon still in bed. Leopold wasn't a royal knight, so he's hanging out there too. And he's like, "Please do the thing," and they're like, "Okay, we'll do the thing." And then it's like this long, like it's like half an episode of them being like, "We're gonna do it in 3 days," and then they discover an Eye of the Midnight Sun spy, and Mereoleona's like, "Change of plans, we're leaving tomorrow." So it's just kind of like a half an episode of filler.
Gotta remind us that Leo exists because he feels like an afterthought when he shows up in canon.
Pretty much, and remind us that Fuegoleon exists too.
Who is very important.
Yeah. But then we're back on track with the manga, and we're gonna go to the Eye of the Midnight Sun place, which is in the strong magic region, the Gravito
Oh god.
area. Gravito
It
Stone.
looks so cool.
It is really fucking cool.
It's just
Yeah.
a big rock floating in the air. You guys are dorks.
It's cool.
I know it's cool. I love floating islands. There's not enough of them in media.
Mm.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
It does happen sometimes. Like I can think of a couple instances of just floating islands,
I
which is
know.
very
I
cool.
know there are some, but there should be more of them. I think they're very cool.
I think they're cool too. I like them a lot in One Piece Strong Worldo.
Yeah. So, they also bring along a couple of other members who just, weren't in the
in the tournament.
tournament.
Like Cobb Porta Potty.
Yeah, porta potty dude.
He's
corn
fun.
on the
Sheeran
cob.
Tillum, the most important character.
Sheeran.
Adam
Okay,
Sandler.
Adam Sandler's not there.
But we got his
Adam.
backstory and everything.
God damn it! Where the fuck is Adam Sandler?
He's
At
back
least
at
we have Ben Funk.
That's
Love
true.
that guy.
Yep.
And
Ben.
also Nozella's there.
Yeah.
That's nice. And like we get it's not like outright confirmed, but like Mereoleona pretty much states to us that Nozelle's the one that found this place. He was the one kind of like looking into things the most because he really wanted vengeance for his rival Fuegolean.
Yeah.
He wants to kill the people with his
Yes.
fists of mercury.
With his
Fists of
brain damaging
mercury
fluid.
magic.
Yes.
That's true. He
Yo, how
uses
come?
mercury magic. I give you mercury poisoning.
There you
Yeah,
go.
how come that never happens?
What the fuck?
Like you touch mercury, it like osmosis through your cells into your blood and then clogs your brain vessels.
Got Osmosis Jones in there. He'll fix it.
He'll need all the mercury. He'll be a
Yeah.
martyr to save the other cells.
That's true.
All right, so they bring in Sheeran Tiam because he has this like cool magic that is able to give them the
Stone model
layout.
of the world.
Yeah, give the layout of their base. But
Even though Mimosa can do the same thing.
yeah, they already have someone that could do exactly that, and they brought this guy
maybe-
just to do that.
Maybe his is better.
Maybe
Maybe.
it's just like,
Look, I'm just
could they
saying when
have explained it?
I'm just saying when the Black Clover anime fighter comes out, you're not going to be able to play as Sheeran Tilm.
Damn it. That's who I want the most. So yeah, they split
wait,
up. They
I thought
split-
it was Ben
what?
Funk. Oh, but
No.
then again, he is definitely going to be in the game, so I guess you're not really that worried about it. So
Ben Funk is first wave DLC.
yeah,
So, yeah, they
he's like the
split up.
secret choice, and
Yeah, you gotta do up, down, left, right, BA, slap my titties, start.
yes, that's it.
They all
It's the
split up.
Ben
and
Funk way. I'm
head in-
sorry, I keep
head in-
cutting you off.
They all head into the place, and for some reason, there's like this random like hostage that when they're all busting in, Luck busts in and accidentally saves her. And I don't know who she is. I don't know why she's there. I don't know where she goes after this. I think Tabata maybe just wanted to draw a little titty before we get into the big action.
I think he was just well, because this one guy is like a douchebag. He's like a
About to
sack
murder her.
of shit,
Yeah,
and I think he wanted to
remind us that they're all sacks of shit.
yes, remind us that, well, some of them are.
You see, what actually happened was Tabata was having marital troubles the week before he drew that chapter, and he based the character on his wife to
Oh yeah,
to vent a little bit.
Tabata based this character off his parents so that he can be like, "Fuck you, mom and dad."
You know what would have been
I can't
cool?
believe you didn't buy me a Nintendo Switch. I'm going to put you in my story and almost kill you.
This is what Tabata did right before saying, Mrs. Tabata, please don't make me pull an Oda on your ass. I'll have an extramarital affair if you keep this up.
Ah,
God. It would have
Where
been
he's-
cool if
yeah.
if this was actually like a random
Somebody we
character
knew.
that we knew already, like maybe
Yeah.
one of the girls from the mixer. That would have worked out pretty. That would have been cool, you know.
oh,
Hey,
like the
here's it's
Uru
that
Bad White
character.
girl.
Yeah.
It's just
I mean, like it's just it's like a throwaway character, but like at least if it was
Yeah.
someone that we already knew, it still would have been like, oh, I remember that person. Would have been something.
Nice. Oh yeah, Kirsch is also a Royal Knight, and he completed his heel face turn, and that's nice to see. He's a nice guy now.
Oh yeah. He learned that Asta was not a piece of shit.
He learned that being beautiful is still epic, but like he gave himself a haircut, so now he's a bro.
Yes. Asta is very beautiful. That's what he
That's true.
yeah.
Asta's wearing a bib now, so now he's beautiful.
But yeah, we even saw this at the end of like the last arc, where Asta, like, he gained everybody's trust by the end of the tournament because he like fought against Langris and everything. And then at the end when he was about to pass out, everyone
Or-
showed up to support him.
Yeah, it's nice, and it shows that it has ramifications.
Yeah. Asta's proven himself.
The main group, they all split into groups, but the main group that we're following is Asta, Zora, and Mereoleona, and it's a funny group up because we cut to them and Asta and Zora, like it looks like they're about to go at it, but Mereoleona is just mopping the floor with literally everybody, and they're just like, we literally can't do anything. This
She's the
lady
main
is
character of
fucking insane.
she's the main character of the very famous manga series Fire Punch.
That thing.
Yeah, there
Do you
actually
Fire
is a
Force?
there is a manga called Fire Punch.
That's epic.
What
Yeah.
a shitty name.
I don't know what it's about though, aside
I
from
like-
fire punches.
Not like Fire Force. That's a very cool name.
Yeah. The fuck?
God, I hate that show.
Why you keep watching it?
I love it.
It's so good. It's so awesome. Anyways, this is Black Clover, dude. Fuck. Why are we talking about Fire Punch and Fire Force and Fire Fucks?
We're gonna
No.
see the Fire Blast Calidos Brachiosaurus.
Oh,
Calidos Brachiosaurus.
I realized something upon rereading this arc.
What's that?
You know how there's no dedicated perverted character in Black Clover?
Yeah.
It's Raya.
Why?
He's too lazy to he's just too lazy to be all like
Ooh,
horny on main.
that's true.
Makes sense. But yeah, so
anyway,
yeah.
Raya shows up
No,
Yeah.
before that.
before
What?
that.
Yeah, we actually get a really cool what is it called? Like comparison between Mereoleona and Nozel.
Nozel.
They're both
yeah.
they're both here to get vengeance for Fuegoleon, and so they're kind of like parallel to each other. And
Because they care about him.
yeah,
Oh yeah, that was a very cool thing. I like that, and I also like we get a similar thing later between Mereoleona and Fuegoleon himself. I
Oh, yeah,
like him.
way
I like
later.
both of these.
it is cool. You see, they're similar in their own ways, and yeah, I guess.
We're start. This is the arc where we start to like see Nozel in a bit better light. So like putting him on that level of Mereoleona, a character we already like, is like kind of prepping us in like subconsciously ready to accept him, I guess.
Yes, I agree. So now we got Raya.
Yeah, now we got Raya, and Mereoleona just kind of hands him his ass, full stop. It's not even close. She just kind of wrecks literally every copy thing he's got. Even like he tries to copy Asa's anti-magic sword, and like it doesn't work. But even if it did, like she would have broken her fist if it had been an anti-magic sword, but she just kind of did it anyway because fuck it.
She's a fucking monster. She overpowers everything. She's like she's literally a wild fucking lion.
What?
What?
Wow. Lion.
Damn, it's almost like her and everyone in her family has lion in their name.
Angolian.
Coleon.
Yeah, Siscolion, don't you remember?
Siscolion, yes.
And Leo is baby Golian.
Yes. When it took a lot of like people to take down Veto and Fauna, having like the equally powerful Raya be taken out by a single person just makes Mereoleona just look awesome.
Yeah, it shows, even if they're all really strong, like they've all grown, they're still not on the same level as the captains.
Right.
Or at least
Yes.
not on Mereoleona, who's fucking like a god.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yo,
And it's-
I feel like you guys aren't giving Raya enough credit. I really fucking like this dude. He's so interesting to me. He's like
I,
if Kakashi was an antagonist.
I like him too, honestly, especially like later on in the arc when we learn more about him. But here he's really awesome too.
He has an appeal, but
You
he's
think he's
not in my.
lame? Show us your opinion. Show us your contrasting opinion. He's lame. He can suck a chode. He doesn't hold up to the real Kakashi.
I think he's kind of cool, but he's he's like not on my list of favorite characters or anything.
Yeah, he doesn't get enough spotlight. The other
That's
third
true.
eyes get a whole arc to themselves.
He was
Yeah,
based on a he was based on a real guy.
was he?
Really?
Yeah,
I don't
he was
remember
based on
that.
a real guy who ended up voicing him in the original Japanese.
Ah,
And then like he got replaced because he got arrested for something. I want to check before I say it was for diddling. I want to check to see if it really was for diddling.
why are you laughing? Diddling isn't funny.
No, I just feel like maybe that I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable. I don't think this is the kind of thing
Oh
to
yeah.
like mention on a comedy
Oh yeah.
podcast.
Whatever.
We're diving deep into what's going on.
The lore
The
of Black
lore.
Clover.
I mean,
Which
technically this is
cast
anime
members were
lore,
arrested for
but like
diddling or not?
why it's anime lore. It's an explanation as to why the voices change.
While I look up this, talk about Monozone because this is when we first learn about Monozone.
Oh yeah, we learned that like in addition to like taking mana into your body, you can if you're like fucking good enough, you can like do that over a whole huge wide area and cast
Taken,
spells from wherever in that area basically.
yeah, take control of the mana in the area around you and use that for yourself.
Yeah, so it's not just that you can cast spells from anywhere, it's also that you can use the mana like in the area to have like an almost limitless amount of mana
Mm-hmm.
and fight with that, which
Mm.
Oh,
requires an incredible amount of control.
we
So
also learned
that's
that you can like do that to make it significantly harder and more taxing for your opponent to cast spells. But
yeah.
we learned that later, I guess.
I looked it
Yeah.
up. I looked it up. It wasn't diddling, but it was sexual assault. Oof.
It's
See,
like
Raya's the
diddling
perverted
light.
character.
Can't believe Raya did that.
Can't
What
believe
the
Raya
fuck?
crawled out of the manga page and grabbed the titty and got arrested.
See, I told you guys, not that's why Rai is not my favorite character because he is a bad guy.
He tried to copy the arresting officer's magic, but all he gained was the ability to be a bastard.
Yeah, he obtained gun magic. He thought the gun was a grimoire, and he was like, "That's a weird looking book."
Man, why doesn't Asta just get a gun and imbue it with anti-magic?
That'd be
That would be cool. You just shoot a fucking bullet at someone and they just like stop being able to cast spells for a while.
I'd be like that.
That's actually
yeah.
really cool.
Oh yeah, and after we see Monozone introduced through Mariliona, we cut to Yuno using it, and it turns out,
He's been using it.
yeah, he was using it in the tournament too, like when he casted his spell from inside out Adam Sandler's spell, and like Spirit Dive is like Monozone.
It's like an extension of Monozone,
Mm.
essentially.
And it's a good way to introduce this power because we're into like an end game of the saga where like a lot of high level people are now in the fray of things like Julius and Yami and Licht and stuff. So seeing this now and getting introduced to it before like the big battles like Julius versus Licht is it's good. I like it.
Yeah, it's nice we get a couple of fights to build it up
Mm-hmm.
before all hell breaks loose.
Speaking of hell breaking loose, we cut away from the battle against the Midnight Sun back to the Black Bull's hideout,
Yes.
and we're hanging out there with Ghosh
We're
and
hanging out
Gray
with
and
our
Lord.
favorite trio, the G Spot.
Yeah,
G,
they,
G,
they
and G.
They join hands and form a triangle, and in the middle of the triangle forms the G spot. That's their union magic title.
Absolutely.
Jeez.
Union magic G spot.
Oh yeah, there's one line in chapter 138 where someone I don't remember what it is, but they mention outer space and
Do they?
yeah.
Yeah, that definitely happened, and it's
Where is
weird to think that
this?
they like understand that that's a thing. But I mean, there's people who can fucking fly and teleport, so obviously
Yeah.
they understand there's a point in the sky where you can't keep going.
What if the final arc is a sci-fi space adventure?
I
could dig it.
literally jizz all over the place. I eat that shit right the fuck up.
They run into the cast of Eden Zero and kill him before the horniest spreads to Black Clover.
Yo, that would explain the nightmare I had recently where Seke went into my space daydream world and stole the main character status.
Seke deserves to be the main character of every story. That sounds like a dream than a nightmare.
Shit your pants, Mike.
No. But yeah, black at the back bowl hideout.
But yeah,
What?
so Gordon apparently they didn't even tell Gordon about the Royal Knights exam.
Oh yeah,
They just forgot. So that's why he wasn't there.
he wasn't there in the manga. In the anime, he was there.
Was he was he?
Yeah,
Or-
Yeah, all
him-
the Black Balls are there in the
well, I
anime.
knew the Black Bulls were there, but I don't know if he was exempt or not. But
well, he wasn't participating, but he and Vanessa and Gray and Ghosh were hanging
Yeah.
and watching. But yeah, we get these little while they're hanging out, we get a little look into little reminders of how Gray and Gordon are character wise, which is helpful because we get a little reminder of like them and their personalities since they haven't had much focus in the story yet, but they're about to. So it's nice to get a little reminder.
it's necessary in such a fast-paced story where like they don't get like constant like shit to do like throughout the entire series. So
Yeah.
you kind of need to bring them up a little bit before they're actually relevant, so that
Yeah.
you remind people everything.
We it's especially nice because we see Gordon's little collection of homemade dolls of the Black Bulls that are
Yo, I would
they're adorable.
if they decided to sell them like as real physical merchandise, I would buy the fucking whole set.
Absolutely.
That
But
would be interesting.
they also look creepy, and Gray thinks they're like curse dolls or something. And Ghosh has to like break it to Gordon, like, look, you're fucking creepy.
Hmm.
If you want to make friends with people, I know it's weird coming from me, but if you want to make friends with people, you can't be such a weirdo.
It's strange how Gosh is like actually one of the most like normal people in the Black Bulls. He's
Yeah.
just like a normal dude, and he has to like put up with this shit even though he's
Yeah.
not normal.
Yeah, it's part of like why the Black Bulls have such a good dynamic. The like the silly one and the normal one of like different bits can change on the fly because like you have Gordon getting this talking to from Ghosh, and then like where he's like, "What are you working on over there, Ghosh?" And he instantly switches back to the weirdo position when he's like, "When I was a nerd, I learned how cool figurines are, so I'm making one of Marie. Once I finish painting it, you're allowed to worship it, but not as much as me."
Yeah,
Nice.
it's so fun how the dynamic changes on the fly like that.
So while they're all doing this, Gray just looks out the window. Hey, look,
And there's a
it's a
Zumbo.
fucking zombie.
Wait, before that happens, Ghosh asks like, "Where's the bathroom today?" And Gordon's like, "It's over there."
Yeah.
And like we get a little setup for like a reminder that the Black Bulls hideout switches around positioning a lot, and Gray's like, "Why does this happen?" And Ghosh is like, "Well, according to Charmy and Vanessa, there's a ghost."
There's a
So, like-
ghoul.
So we get a little setup for Henry right before the zombie
And
action starts.
first we start hearing about a ghost, and then we immediately see a zombie, and there's
Oh, yeah.
zombies everywhere.
That's true.
Yeah. Like, oh, that's the ghost.
There's the ghost. And the zombies flood the hideout, and Gordon's like, wait, this, do you all want to be my friend?
Yeah. Ghosh immediately switches back into serious mode, and he's like, "This isn't the fucking time for that, Gordon."
And Gray's like, please stop looking, you're embarrassing me. And he's like, they're gonna eat you. What the fuck are you doing?
Holy shit.
But
But yeah,
then he immediately goes back to silly because one of them ruins his Marie statue he was making, and he obliterates them all for their crimes.
yes.
We see that Rades, Sally, and Valtos are there. Ooh.
They're all gonna get fucked by
They had to
Gordon.
get something from the Black Bull's hideout, whatever that might be.
Mm.
It's Nero. They're after Nero because
I don't
she's
blame
so
'em.
hot.
I don't blame him.
Anyways, so
They
fucking
start-
Rades and them show up and everything.
They
And we-
start fighting. We see Gordon's magic for the first time. It's poison,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
poison.
and it's
Make
nice.
fucking like wolves out of it or something, and it was
Yeah.
really cool,
Yeah.
and I liked it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice that he can use it first on some undead foes. That way we can see it like the
At
basic
full
use of it.
power, yeah.
At full power, and like the basic use of it first before he kind of like spends
Yeah.
the rest of the arc doing a lot of combos with Gray.
It explains
You know?
why he can't really like fight a lot of the time because his magic is just so deadly that he can't really just use it against people. Especially
Yeah.
considering he's such a nice guy.
Yeah,
He's a nice boy.
He doesn't want to hurt people. But yeah,
We
it's
also
definitely not incantation magic, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
It's-
incantation magic.
Oh yeah, they said that in the second chapter when he first showed up.
Yeah, they're like, he's an incantation mage expert. Okay.
We also see Gray has upgraded her powers since and has learned to transform even magic itself by transforming Sally's sticky salamander into from gel to something else and lets Ghosh destroy it.
Yeah, so Gray, like she just learns a new way to use her power, which is really cool, obviously in the form of magic conversion. So this is the part where I talk for a lot because this
Go
is
at
the thing that I had a lot to say about.
Go at it.
But yeah, so in the last arc, we saw in the seabed, not the last arc, in the seabed temple arc where she was like kind of introduced for kind of, we saw that she's like more than just a regular transformation mage because most transformation mages can only like transform themselves, but she was shown to have been able to transform other things.
Well, transformation magic, it seems like it doesn't have to be your type because like Julius can do transformation magic. It seems like
Oh.
another type of like
Yeah,
like
I didn't think about
creation
that.
magic or something.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. But in either case, she seems to be like especially like either talented or like she has some sort of hidden potential or rare ability. Um, and here it's expanded on even further in that now she's able to convert magic properties themselves. She's able to change them to different attributes and everything. And so it's clear that her magic it's evolved like beyond what like normal transformation magic is. It's beyond the normal scope of what her attribute can, is considered to be. We've seen like among some of the other Black Bulls that this is also the case. Like for Vanessa, for example, she uses thread magic, but she's evolved the ability to control the red thread of fate and control fate itself, which is still a part of thread magic, but again, it's kind of like on the like outskirts of what you can consider to be thread magic. It's like right on the edge. It's like a next level kind of ability. Finral has also been able to do this by he's created a spatial magic spell that is actually like he's able to fight with it without harming people by like teleporting them away, and he's also able to use his portals for to fight with his team, like using teamwork and everything. Gosh has also done this where he's learned how to use his mirror magic to make copies of his allies and not just himself or just reflecting things. It's like a different kind of ability that's still within the same umbrella of mirror magic. And that's all we've seen so far from the Black Bulls, but I mean we might see more in the future from others as they develop. But yeah, what?
I think all this comes back to the fact that the Black Bulls, like, they're like the outcasts of
Yes.
society, so they have a lot of like out there types of magic. A lot of the mages that we've seen from other more normal squads stick to mainly like elemental stuff,
Yeah,
while the
pretty
Black
much.
Bulls have like thread, mirror, anti-magic, obviously,
Fire.
dark magic.
The weirdest power.
Well, it's
But
not
there's still
No, I
something
know.
unique about it.
I know.
trap magic, recombination.
But yeah,
It's
so
cool.
all the Black Bulls they have the one thing in common, and that's that they've evolved their magic beyond what the original like scope of what their magic is. And hold on. Most people, like most magic knights and like even like the elite magic knights, it's not common for them to be able to do this, to be able to develop their magic like to such an extent that it's almost it's almost a different attribute entirely.
Regular magic knights, because they're usually nobles with high magic power, they tend to brute force their
Yeah.
fights, which is something that like Zora chastised them about last arc, where he's like, when you're going against weaklings, they can be tricky, so you can't just brute force everything, you asshole.
But another thing is, like, why would you think that the Black Bulls would be able to do this? Like, it
Their
the Black Bulls
reputation.
are, yeah, they're different from everyone else because they were chosen by Yami. All the Black Bulls were individually chosen by Yami, and he chose them because they're not like perfect. They're misfits. They're outcasts. They have their troubling and unique backstories and histories, and they've gone through like a lot of shit basically. They've
Mm.
they've went through everything up to this point. Like Asta's gone through he's like from the lowest rung of society, and Luck was like almost tortured by his mom or whatever. And just you could keep going down the line, but they all have this
Well,
thing in
been through
common
some shit.
where they don't have like exactly a normal childhood, where like their whole life up to this point has been filled with strife. And so the reason why their magic
They've
has
had
been
to
able,
push
yeah,
past their limit.
they said yes, they've had to push past their limits. So the reason why they've been able to like uh develop their magic in this way is because they've been so much through so much trouble. It's because of who they are at their like in their personalities and all of the experiences they faced up to this point. And
They're
it's
able to
not
roll with the
because,
punches
yeah, because they're not
they've been
elite.
through so much.
They're not elite, they're not gifted, but they're more about like hard work, which is like a similar theme from other shonen
They're
where
they're they're ready. They're more than willing to like get down in the mud.
yes.
They're ready to fight dirty. They're ready to help out anybody who needs it. Not unlike like the nobles who just kind of like do this, just kind of like because they feel like they can as nobles with high magic power. And they just kind of do what they want. Black bulls are, the people.
Yeah, they're not the same as the other elite magic knights who've had everything handed to them. They've had to uh, deal with everything on their own, and so they've developed their own strong personalities that have you can immediately tell just at a glance. Right in like the first chapter, we were introduced to the Black Bulls. you can immediately tell that they all have their own unique personalities. You can tell, how they're going to act in any given situation because they're based on like these very common tropes, and they're also like polarized in their personalities. And so
Yeah.
you could see that they have strong personalities that stand out. They're different from the other squads, who a lot of them are just no named characters who just are like elite in whatever way that they are. But
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
the it's not that they're special because of like their status or like where they came from, but they're special because they're not special, which is, the quote
Just like
from,
Asta.
it's the quote from the Witch's Forest arc where the Witch Queen, said this about Asta. She said, "You aren't special or anything like it, but that is what makes you special."
Mm,
And that's can be broadly applied to the entire Black Bulls, I feel.
I agree. You're
Yeah,
smarty.
that was pretty much it. I basically wrote a fucking essay, like, on
That's a that's a
on that one fucking thing.
that's a good segue into this next note I have, which is like after Gordon and Gray get shit on by Rady's number 0 Mikhail Caesar, which is homunculus out of 2 dead former Magic Knight
Mhm.
captains.
Oh, good. We're finally talking about Michael Caesar.
Yeah, I also have stuff to
Yes.
say about Michael Caesar.
Yeah, the Gordon and Gray like think back on their lonely lives and how thanks to the Black Bulls they feel like connected to people now and they have a place to belong. So they finally like raise their voices together and shout that they're gonna protect the hideout. Yay!
They're gonna do it.
Gosha's Gosha's reaction kind of cements the change that he's been through where to the point where he can like freely admit that he's been changed and that now he's finally got stuff that he wants to protect besides just Marie. It's nice.
They've all faced their own troubles up to this point, and now they're here.
And they're ready to go at it as a
Yeah.
team.
But
What do
yeah,
you want to say,
so
Ash?
yeah.
What is
Uh,
that?
I mean, he's got a funny name.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a funny boy with a funny
Yes,
name.
that's exactly my point. He does have a funny name, Mikhail Caesar.
Mikael
Because
Caesar.
Mikhail is like a German name, I think, and Caesar is a Latin name. So it's kind of weird because there's like this disparity between the two names. But I realized that it makes perfect sense because it's just fucking two dudes put together. It's two random people put together into one body, so that's why he has two different names.
He got sewn into one body.
Yeah. And also, we find out that Mikhail Caesar is made of two former captains. The
I thought that like I had assumed that in the Yami Vengeance two-parter that the two like Magic Knight traders that they were going after were gonna end up being the two
Oh,
former captains that make up Mikhail Caesar, but they weren't.
interesting.
That would have been cool, but
Yeah,
it didn't happen. So
I have a
whatever.
theory though.
What's that?
So one of them has whirlwind kind of magic, something like
The other
that.
has like one of them
Vine.
has like iron barbs things.
They're like, yeah, like vines or something like that. Um, I was thinking that it's possible they're the ancestors of Kaiser and Charlotte because, they have similar kinds of magics and, the captains.
No,
Um,
I don't want to go to the Boondocks wiki. I'm looking for the Black Clover wiki. Mikhail Caesar.
and
Stupid Google.
even if they're not like the ancestors, they could still just be predecessors, like from their arc from the squads that they are from.
It's
Like,
wind magic and spike magic.
Like,
interesting.
It's not thorns. And and Charlotte like started her own thing, like Yami and Vengeance.
Did she?
Well,
No,
her
because before she was a captain, she was already a Blue Rose Knight because she had the blue robe and everything.
no, she wasn't because Yami, after Yami saved her, he said you should join the Magic Knights.
But wasn't she already wearing the Blue Rose Knight's
She was already
outfit.
wearing blue because she likes the color blue.
I
Yeah,
guess.
well, you tell me what makes more sense? Her accidentally like through a curse getting blue roses and then joining a group that was already named the Blue Rose Knights, or she started it herself based on her
Well, it doesn't have
weird
to be
ass unique
called the Blue
magic.
Rose Knights before then, because as we see
Well,
with
what do you
the
really?
gray deer and the azure deer, it can change. The name can change.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, it can change
I don't,
depending on who's the captain.
I think she probably started it herself though.
It's possible. I don't think it's ever explicitly stated.
That's true. So I agree to disagree
Yeah.
since the canon doesn't say anything
But
about
I
it.
was thinking, even if you discount Charlotte, with Kaiser and Caesar, they're similar names, and Kaiser is the German equivalent of Caesar, like the name, because Kaiser means is Caesar.
That's true. They
Same
both
thing.
mean like king or something.
Well, yeah, because Caesar was later like kind of like the universal name for king in Europe, and
Hmm.
the different languages had their own take on the word, and the German was Kaiser, and that's
Right.
German kings are called Kaisers, and
Let's
you
stop
know, yeah.
let's stop talking about such a boring character like Kaiser. Let's move on to the best boy. Best boy time.
Oh,
I want to talk about best boy Henry.
Henry!
Oh yeah,
Henry.
so they're fucking losing against the Sally Squad and Michael Caesar, and it only escalates when Sally takes some fucking drugs on screen and makes her salamander like
No,
400 fucking
that
feet tall. That didn't
that
happen
doesn't
yet.
happen until after Black Raging Black Bull gets put
Yeah,
together.
Eh. So
dumb motherfucker.
turns out that
Motherfucker.
ghost is real, and his name is fucking Henry,
And he's
Henry.
got super long hair that has birds in it.
and he talks real slow.
And he's wearing pajamas. What?
I'm wearing
Pajamas.
pajamas.
I'm not. I'm wearing jeans.
Also, it turns out his magic is that he can make his house into a fucking mech.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
I think Tabata just wanted to make a mech. That was it.
Yeah. Especially with like the framing of the giant raging black bull against big old sticky salamander.
Yeah,
Like
it's a
it's
kaiju
very
battle.
clearly like a kaiju battle, and like he also knows that this is weird even for the black bulls, which is why Gordon Gray and Ghost have this like very shocked panel of them going like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, great.
It's
Dude,
great.
I think I screamed the first time I saw it.
It's pretty
Yeah.
damn awesome.
It's very cool. And it's cool how Henry was he
Foreshadowed.
he's kind of like Gordon in a way, because he's been there the whole time. He's wanted to be friends with everyone. He's gotten to know everyone, but nobody has known him until now.
Yeah, it's nice.
And so he wants to be
He
friends
really
with
wa-
everyone.
He wants to protect his precious Nakama.
Yeah.
It's too bad that he's not as memorable as Sora.
God damn it.
It's like a minor detail, but I really like how Sally comments on how there was only supposed to be 3 people at the hideout because Licht doesn't know about
Henry.
Henry
Yeah, of course.
because
Yeah.
Nobody knows about Henry.
his source wouldn't know about Henry because Yami's the only one other than Asta who would know about Henry.
Wait, what is his source?
Can we acknowledge that fake Licht is a thing and that
Yeah.
Licht is vengeance at this point?
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
Licht
guess.
wouldn't have given the intel that there was a 4th Black Bull present because vengeance would think he knew like all of what was going on because
That's
he would
true.
have met a bunch of the Black Bulls and he like knows Yami and shit. But Yami would have never brought up that Henry was like a thing.
Well,
He'd just be like, there's
how-
some other Black Bulls.
how would
sometimes.
Vengeance know that the other Black Bulls wouldn't be there? He would only know that Yami and the ones in the Royal Knights wouldn't be there. He wouldn't know about Magna and everything.
I guess so. I don't know. It's weird.
It is
But-
kind of weird.
Oh well. I like that Henry's recombination magic is connected by Ghosh to the game magic we saw in the
Yeah.
Yeah, it's similar.
Seabed Temple, because it's like so wild and out of line that like, and like even the other characters think it's strange that like having that bit of connection to something we've seen before it's nice, helps ground it.
Yeah.
And this whole battle with big old sticky salamander versus Mana raging black bull, it doesn't just end with Henry beating them, because we got a pretty awesome like everybody all together team up strat of Ghosh using his magic eye to make many grays, who turns the gel into plant and lets Gordon poison it all to death, and that defeats it. That defeats everyone and wins the day.
Yeah, they
Teamwork.
work.
Pretty epic.
Friendship has won the day, except oh no, Voltos has the magic stone that was inside the Black Bull's hideout that Nero took from Saucy Village, and they get away with it. Oh no!
They got another fucking magic stone. Oh my god.
Oh, what are they gonna do with it?
Oh
What are
my
they gonna
gosh.
do with it?
Oh, this is so bad. Oh, they're
I
gonna
don't know
lose.
what they're gonna do with it. I'm really scared. It's making my little package shrink up. I'm so scared.
What?
What?
Yeah. So they got the magic stone.
And now we cut over to
Yami.
the Wizard King.
Yami is the Wizard King.
No, he's not.
But yeah, we see.
Spoilers for the third saga.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yami's gonna be the wizard Shogun.
Yes. The Wizard
That
Shogun.
would actually be pretty cool. That would actually be pretty cool if that happened and he got that title. Not gonna lie.
Yes.
So we cut over to Julius having a little meeting with Vengeance, and Vengeance is talking about like how glad he is to have served Julius, and like he's been so loyal, except there's somebody else in his life that
He has
is
a
working against Julius.
yes.
That and like he can't decide, so he's basically like, I can't decide, so you're gonna have to decide for me by you two fighting to the death. He takes off his helmet. It's not a hat. And his face transforms in front of Julius. His scars go away.
And
he
it's Jesus.
transforms- Yeah. He transforms into Jesus.
Yeah. Who knew Jesus existed in this fucking manga? I didn't know
Yeah.
Tabata was a devout follower.
Well, Asta wants to fuck a nun, so you know.
Yeah, he
True.
literally grew up in a church.
And it's Licht.
Oh yeah, Licht is also Jesus.
Well, pretty
What
much.
a coincidence.
He's got light. He can heal. He's got swords. Jesus.
Damn, Jesus in a nutshell. He's got light, he can heal, and he's got swords. There we go.
It's
Did Jesus have a
Jesus.
sword? Mike, did Jesus have a sword, or is this just your OC fan headcanon about?
This is my
like,
Jesus fanfic. Don't like, don't read.
As far as I'm concerned, it's canon. Anyways, so it turns out that Vengeance actually had two souls in one body. What?
Oh,
What?
Fuck.
What
So
is that?
What's going on here?
Yeah, what the
Who's
fuck?
this? Who's that guy? Who is he?
So they have an extended conversation. Yes, they talk about many
And they
things,
fight. And
and
then
then they fight, and then they do the fighting thing.
It's a really awesome fight.
It's a
Hell
cool
yeah.
fight, yeah.
It's Julius has Mana's own, which is it's good that we knew that beforehand, like what
Yeah.
it was.
Well, now that
Um,
Amana's Zone has officially been introduced, we can actually go back and see, like, oh yeah, all these characters actually use Monozone all the time. Did you know?
Yeah,
Yo,
pretty much. Yeah.
This is one of my favorite fights. This
It's
is
honestly
like,
great.
so you know how Naruto fucking sucks cock?
True,
Yeah.
yes.
That
He is
that
very
is a trait of
homosexual.
his.
Yes.
The franchise, I mean, yo, this is the kind of shit that third Hokage versus Orochimaru should have been like.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's pretty awesome.
Basically.
I love that we see Julius's grimoire, and it's like it's up in the sky, and it's like infinite pages with no cover.
Yeah.
Oh, you know
That's
what?
pretty
This is
pretty
like
damn awesome.
basically Jiraiya versus Pain. Like
It's kind of
legit.
like that.
It is. Totally is.
It's like
Anyways,
it's like All Might versus AF all for one. It's
well,
like
not really, because All Might won.
it's the big guy versus the big bad before the hero gets at the
Yeah,
big bad.
there
That's
you
a
can
lot.
compare it to a lot of different scenarios. Yeah.
That's a many shonen's thing. Uh,
Yes.
All Might versus All for One, Whitebeard versus Blackbeard, Jiraiya versus Pain. Uh, um,
Um. Hmm.
I'm
I
sorry,
can't think of it anymore.
Whitebeard versus Blackbeard. I
Hmm.
don't believe that happened.
Yeah, it happened
Oh, I
during Marine
guess
Ford.
it would be
Mm.
Yamamoto versus Yuha Bach.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that.
that too. It's a common
Yeah.
trope,
It's epic.
and it's a great fight, and I love the Julius flashback, seeing his life and his life's journey. We see that he was a magic knight, just going through the motions, unsure of like what to do with his life, really, like what being a magic knight meant to him, and like what an ideal magic knight should be. And then, like as we learned last time, he met Zora's dad, and that's how he kind of learned what a magic knight should be. Somebody who's always looking out for the little guy, somebody who tries to help the world in his own way and try to like push the boundaries of what's acceptable by society and try to mend the gaps that people like Licht are so angry about. And Julius, like, he worked his way up to be Wizard King so he could complete this dream of his and see change happen. And he's finally like ever in like the past year, ever since people like Asta and arrived on the scene, he's seen it happen slowly but surely. People like people like Klaus and Leopold and Nozel and all these different types of people have been opening up and sharing the spotlight with these like commoners, like, and like at the Star Festival, when everybody's like cheering for Austin, like this is what he was dreaming of, and he's like, we're so close. This kingdom is so close to what I've been dreaming of. I cannot let it end here, not while I'm the Wizard King. It's just so great. Like
Yeah.
this is peak Julius.
Yeah. And it's really cool, this whole thing about you know, the next generation being the ones to to actually change the Clover Kingdom, to change society like on a
Yeah,
whole for the better. It all goes back to Zara, the first peasant magic knight. He's like kind of like the
he was
where
the
all this started.
impetus.
Yeah.
It's really nice. It's
Yeah.
really great. And it happens when that seal on Licht that almost was broke back in the cave fight, it comes undone like on purpose, and he's going to rain down a bunch of magic light swords on the Clover Kingdom, very very similarly into how the elves originally died. And Julius stops it, but at the cost of his own life. Licht stabs him just as Yami arrives to see it happen. And Yami's like, "What the fuck is going on, Vengeance?" Because Licht's still
Oh
wearing
shit.
Vengeance's clothes, and he escapes thanks to Voltos, and Yami is there to comfort Julius as he dies, and it's a really, really just
Mm-hmm.
Very nice scene. Very
Yeah,
nice
because then,
send off for Julius.
as Julius is dying, we get, it cuts back to Asta, and Co, Mario
Asta,
Leone and
yeah,
stuff, and he
Asta, like
yeah,
Raya was about to self-destruct, and Asta stops him because like he's seen this twice before. He knows what to do, and he's like, "Why can't we literally? Why can't we just
get
talk
along.
about
Yeah,
this?" He's grown up so much from seeing and never understand the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and he's starting to like he kind of gets them more than they get themselves, kind of, and he's like, "Let's talk about this first before you blow yourself up, asshole." Mereoleona kind of like chastises him about it, and he's just like, "I just want to be the kind of wizard king to of a kingdom where people can just look each other in the eye and talk about this kind of stuff and not have to fight. We can all just hang out together." It as
yeah.
Julius is dying, it's this very nice like back and
This
forth,
is
showing that
yeah.
yeah, Julius's dream is coming true.
This is Julius's legacy.
Yeah,
Yeah. And it's pretty cool because like Asta is he's just so pure. Like you just see him he like she's like, why don't we just fucking kill them? And Asta's just like, why? And I don't know, I just like the way like he's just like he, he's just so inquisitive, I guess. Like he's just like, why is this, why would we kill him when we could just understand him? It's just like it just makes sense to him. Like this is just, it makes sense that Asta,
this is how
because
things should be.
Asta has grown up in the lowest position. He's, come from the bottom up, and
Start from the
it,
bottom.
it
Now we're here.
it makes sense that this would be like his perspective on everything, and it just makes sense that this is why he wants to be the Wizard King, because he wants to, alleviate everyone's concerns and create a society where everyone can be equal.
Yeah. We see that Julius is right to believe that the Clover Kingdom is in good hands, and he leaves Yami with this like, "Please protect the Clover Kingdom from whatever the fuck is going on, Yami." And Yami's like, "Yes, sir."
Got it.
And Julius dies, and as he dies, his little forehead tattoo goes away. I wonder what that's about. Okay, I guess we're not gonna know for now, but okay, bye.
He's actually the Demon King.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't the. He was actually the Lizard King.
This is fuck.
He's going back to his lizard body.
It's true.
Yeah.
From beyond the sunset, beyond the horizon,
Yeah.
where the lizards live.
Where the players play and the
From
lizards
outer
live.
space.
Yeah. And I think after this is when we get to the reincarnation itself. That scene.
Yeah.
Licks in front of the little stone thingy. And Valtos and Rades and Sally are with him, and they're like, "Okay, this is gonna be epic. We're gonna something's gonna happen.
We're
We're
gonna
all
do
gonna get
that
super
thing."
cool power boost." And let's like, that's right. You're all my precious companions. At least that's what I would say if I was still licked. But I'm gonna say this as me. Fuck you guys.
Hmm.
Which like, that's a little turnaround from like how angry he was that Valtos got hurt back in the cave arc.
Hmm.
But like he was like up until this point he was pretty much playing the character of Licht, so I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. So
He was just reacting back then how he thought Licht would react, but now that the real Licht is gonna come back, he doesn't really
he has to go
need
back
to
to
play
being
the
himself.
character. The veil
Yeah.
is dropped, so to speak.
Yeah. He just really fucking hates humans.
Yeah. And he puts in the
Damn.
stones and something happens.
Something,
Ooh.
yeah. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
we're not
turns out
entirely sure. We're still kind of
The Rades trio turns into corpses.
as
they're
they
not the
do.
Rades trio, they're the Sally Squad, you motherfucker.
Actually, they're the Valtos bros.
Valtos
Super
villains.
Valtos bros.
Um,
Valtos does seem to kind of be the leader of like their little trio, though.
I saw Rades
I feel like
as the leader.
I mean, Valtos literally fucking tells him what to do, so
Yeah, but
No.
Rady's like kind of like he
He
takes
he
charge,
well
and
he's the
Valtos
one that
is
everybody
just
knows. That's because he was introduced first.
I call him the Rady's trio.
Okay.
That's me. That's what I
The
do.
Rady's boys.
The Rady's street toughs.
But yeah, every single human in the Eye of the Midnight Sun fucking dies because that
Oh
was
yeah.
a necessary sacrifice to bring back the elves or something.
Even the most important characters, Georg and Catherine.
Yeah, they're
No.
in their prison cell. They're just fucking. They turn to dust.
You turn into goo.
Where my
They
buddy
purge the goop from
York
Ben 10.
at?
And we get a little flashback from first person perspective, so we don't know like who exactly, like we know that it's been the fake lick that we've been following, but we don't know who this flashback is from because like it's first person perspective. But like at the end we see that it was Patri, that kid that kept clinging to Lick in Rai's little flashback dream. And we learn like we learn a little bit more about the elves' plight from his perspective, and we see that the reincarnation's starting, and he's like, "Let the age of humans end. Now it is time for the rise of the planet of the apes." Something like that.
I mean, elves are just apes that are beloved by Mana.
Well, yeah, humans are apes that are don't got no hair.
Who needs
Apes
hair
strung
when you're a
together.
human?
Who needs hair when you've got magic?
True. Let's all shave our heads because and then we'll gain magic abilities.
I'd like that. Let's do
Then we
that.
can drink that fucking juice that Asta was drinking in the first chapter.
Yeah, that'd be.
Yep. Get some of that juice. But
And
yeah,
big
it
old
turns out they
juice.
all fucking died.
Yeah, all the human Midnight Sun people died, and now a fuck ton of Magic Knights and a couple other people like Marie all have these glowing light pillars coming out of them, and they become the elves. The reincarnation is complete. Oh, also for being such kind of like a bland asshole, Voltos's reaction to being betrayed by Lick like actually broke my heart. Looked so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounded really sad. And the whole reincarnation scene of it happening like that gave me chills. Actually, I love that scene. It's pretty dang cool.
Um, it is very cool that we see, everyone becomes, well, not everyone, but, these
A lot of
people,
people,
a lot of people turn
most
into
of the Royal
elves.
Knights.
Yeah, most of the Royal Knights, as well as really everyone that turns into an elf is a Magic Knight except for Marie.
Yeah,
Well, that we like know of. But yeah,
I suppose, but I feel like we would at least seen another one.
I
who?
wonder if
They're mostly
like
concentrated in the Golden Dawn.
Fauna and Raya and Veto, they weren't Magic Knights.
Uh,
Well, I
I
mean, like
they're
Dylan. Who else would
separate.
they turn into? Like Afro and Fatty, or like
Oh yeah, they were
Nash,
elves.
or like Rebecca Scarlet?
Well, it makes no. I'm saying like it makes sense because they would reincarnate into people who have strong mana,
Yeah,
which would generally be Magic Knights. Yeah.
yeah.
That reminds me. Do you think this is happening in other kingdoms
No, it's
across
just in
the
the Clover Kingdom because
well, because like including Fauna and the one character who I won't like name because the fact
yeah,
that they're from another kingdom is a spoiler, but there's at least two people in this whole reincarnation thing that we know are from different
yeah,
kingdoms. So I guess like in their cases, was it just like fate having them be in the Clover Kingdom at this
yeah.
time?
Basically, I mean, we as we see, like fate is like a thing in this, so it
That's true.
just yeah. Um, so uh, what
We get a
else?
little. we go back to the Royal Knights invasion, and Rye gets a power up, and not only is that bad, uh, Rill and Cooley, Frigil, and somebody else, they all show up to beat the shit out of Asta and Zora and Merliona. Merliona just kind of like throws Asta and Zora out and is like I didn't get them out of here to save their lives and sacrifice myself. I get it because there was a way, and I'm gonna murder all 5 of you.
Yeah.
And that's pretty dang cool.
So well, we also get a part where, Luck obviously turns into a elf. He gets
Elf,
reincarnated
yeah.
as an elf. And you know, he's about to like literally kill Noelle, and then he just misses. Like
Mm.
I think it's like implied that he did it like on purpose, like subconsciously, because like
Yeah,
Luck kind of
Noelle
like
says later that like she
yeah,
thinks it's a sign that the real Luck is kind of fighting.
yeah. It kind of shows us that like even if like they're still in there somewhere. That
Yeah, it's like instead of just like having faith that they're in there somewhere, it's like a little tangible evidence that
yeah,
Noelle can give.
it's not like the reincarnation isn't perfect.
Mm.
And it's kind of shows us that, maybe it can be broken. Who
Yeah,
knows?
who knows?
But yeah, so
Meryl
fucking yeah, like we said, Marioliana, she like is
throws
gonna
down.
beat the shit out of all these elves
She
because
she does
she's
pretty against 5L. She does pretty damn awesome. Even busting
yeah,
out her super move, Kaleidos Prachitum, Cal, Cal, California Brachiosaurus Purgatory,
yes, that one.
and even like she passes out standing up. That's pretty dang cool.
Yeah,
She's
because she just wouldn't go down.
I I love characters like this so much.
Yeah.
It's so cool, except for Kenpachi because fuck you.
I
Kenpachi's stupid.
I love
Yeah.
Kenpachi, but I
I'm
also
just
hate him because
I'm
he's
just
fucking
joking.
boring.
Yeah.
It's
Um,
interesting.
Then Asta and Zora bust back in as she's about to die from like the super elf union magic by doing a counter trap. Then Asta bounces it back into yet another counter trap, so a 4 times boost back at him. And that's pretty dang cool. Try
And
to
then they're all
escape.
naked. They're naked.
Yeah, they try to escape, but Raya grabs Asta and teleports him out with the copy teleportation magic to get Asta to re-elect so he can get the grimoire.
Yeah.
Zora and Merliona and everybody else kind of like escapes except for all the elves, Asta and Mimosa, who got like crucified.
Yeah, she's little did you know she's also Jesus.
I believe it.
Well, she's cool enough to be because she's Mimosa, and we all love Mimosa, right?
Except for the elves, they crucified her.
That's
It's
true.
kind of shitty.
That's true.
You don't do that to your friends.
I was talking to you guys though. You guys like Mimosa, right? Right?
I do.
Right?
Seems okay.
Yep.
I
All right.
do. She's with Klaus Hamon and Yuno, who have all been elfified, and Klaus and Hamon are kind of shitting on her. But Yuno's silent. He's just kind of like looking up at Licht and not saying or doing anything. That's when Asta shows up. Shows up and he sees like real Licht over there, and he sees Yuno. He sees Mimosa all crucified, and he sees his rival. Something's going on, and he calls out to them like, "You know." Klaus and Hamon, they
It
attack Asta.
yeah.
What?
They're attacking Asta, and Asta's just like uh he's trying to reach Yuno because because they have this mutual rivalry where they want to become the Wizard King, and so he shouts that out, and finally wakes up
No,
somehow.
comes back to us. We
Yes,
don't
it's
know.
Yuno.
We don't know how yet, but he's back, and they team up and they take out Klaus and Hamon, and that's what finally gets Real Licht moving. Comes out of the thing, and there's like a sword for him to grab. That's the demon
The Demon Destroyer
Des-
sword.
destroyer.
Yes.
I
Yes.
couldn't remember between Slayer and
Be-
Destroyer.
It's Destroyer because it destroys the effects of spells.
Right. I like that it's seeing Klaus and Hamon go down makes Licht kind of like, even in his current state, he remembers the trauma of old. It's not a huge thing, but I kind of would have like, given how much Mimosa and Tetia look similar, I would have thought like seeing Mimosa get crucified would have done something similar to him, but
Oh,
I guess
that is
not.
interesting. Also, it's entirely intentional that Mimosa and Tetia look similar because, like, she's
Yeah, it's
just
even
like
brought up later.
she's her descendant. Well,
Yeah,
not direct descendant,
she,
but same
yeah,
family
she's a
and everything.
descendant, and it's like something that's even like even Raya sees it later in the
Yeah,
arc.
it's like there's fucking royals. They're
Yeah,
one big family.
one big inbred family.
And basically, yeah, I was about to say that.
But that's how you get people like King Augustus.
Oh God, that guy.
Yeah.
Have you seen how twirly his facial hair is? Inbreeding.
Yeah, that's certainly not natural.
Have you seen Nozelle's bangs? That's inbreeding. He's got like a what's the word for like superfluous? He's got like a superfluous ingrown penis on his forehead, and he hides that by braiding his bangs over it.
Oh my God. I could just imagine.
I guess us calling him a dickhead was true.
Man, the ladies must love him.
What other weird
It-
like inbred traits do the other royals
It
have?
it truly gives another meaning to the word head.
Ah, given head.
Oh,
That's where the Vermilion family snaggletooth comes from. That's inbreeding,
yeah, probably, to be honest.
honestly.
Yeah, quite honestly, yes.
It explains a lot about Kirsch.
Oh God.
I'm
in general.
beautiful, and my parents are siblings.
God.
Oh, jeez.
Oh
Poor Kirsch.
man.
Poor Clover Kingdom residents living in.
What do you mean, poor
like,
Kirsch? Poor Mimosa. She has to deal with that shit all the time.
Yeah. Poor Clover Kingdom residents living in this country is like the equivalent of like the deep south.
Um,
The elves wake up and they're like, damn, I can pretty much hear banjo music. We're in the fucking boonies.
what happened here?
What happened here? Everybody is inbred.
We've gone way too far with this, Mike.
No, we haven't gone far enough. Licht attacks Asta and Yuno because he thinks they're inbred too.
It's like, you inbred fucks, I gotta put a stop to this.
Give me that sword. Yeah, give me that sword. Get out.
Time to diversify the gene pool.
Show
Um,
me how many toes you have. It can't be 10. I'm sure of it.
Oh my God.
Takes
Yeah.
Asta's demon demon dweller. He takes the demon dweller sword from Asta. He's just left with the Slayer, and him and Yuna Licht attacks Yuno and Asta, and it's in the manga. It's pretty dang short and like
Yeah.
a lot less like
Drawn
the
out.
anime the
And
anime
animated.
extends it a lot and has them like go to different areas of the dungeon and then even up into the sky at one point. The manga just keeps them in that one room, and it's a much
Wait, they
shorter
don't guard it?
confrontation.
They don't go in the sky?
No, I don't think so.
But yeah, I mean, in the anime, it's really epic. It's obviously it's episode 100 in the anime.
Play a theme song.
Yeah, so they play, they animate it really well. They play the theme song during the fight. It's
There's an extra part where Asta's in like a little kiddie pool inside of the dungeon, and and Yuno is still fighting, and that's Asta like reawakens his black form out of determination.
Yeah,
He
he's like laying
rises back
there.
up into the sky, go after them.
They have like the perfect timing where like Asta knows the exact moment when there's going to be an opening, and Yuno knows that Asta's going to surpass his
Be
limits at
there.
that exact moment. So they, like, without even talking, they already have this perfect strategy.
They're in sync. It's nice.
Yes.
But even with all that, Licht is too much, and he blows them away, defeats them. But it's not all for loss, because even though they failed, Asta Licht loses the Demon Destroyer sword, and it falls into. Well, the anime shows it falling into Asta's grimoire very clearly. It's more of like a reveal in the manga when he's in Hajj later that he's got that sword. But like, even though they lost, it wasn't all for naught.
Yeah, they Asta gets a new sword. Who knows what that does?
All the humans, the still human people leave, and all the elves join up, and they start moving the dungeon across the Clover Kingdom towards the royal capital, while the still human royal knights all get together, plan out what to do next.
Yeah, it was actually really weird that they showed the elves like climbing out and grabbing ropes and pulling it across the ground.
Yeah, like like
Very
building the
strange.
pyramids, they're pulling it across the lands.
Man,
No,
that
they just take the gravito stone and push it somewhere else.
they
I do
do.
like the actual I do like the actual way they do it by having Shirin Tillum make a like a pirate ship steering wheel
Yeah.
inside of the dungeon, and just kind of like grabs it and like, here we go,
Where
and
we
it just
going,
starts
boys?
moving.
Let's do it.
Where are we dropping?
That's the real reason why Sheeran Team was here the whole time.
I'd believe it, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah. He knew. He knew he would be needed.
This is my moment. I've never been more excited. Truly the highlight of my life.
Excellent impression.
I'm
Excellent.
very good at it.
Yeah. It's almost like you're him.
I
Do you
am.
actually have no life, Mike?
How did you know?
Yeah. It's almost like it's real.
Oh god, it's too real.
But yeah, Mario Leone is still just passed out. She's just like sitting
Yeah.
there.
She's sitting there angrily.
Yeah,
even though
she
she's
looks
passed out.
she looks like she's about to fucking murder someone, but she's just passed out.
Yeah. Nozel gives everybody who's hurt like this like little healing force field item, and Asta thinks it's really cool even when it runs out of power. And Nozel says like it's dispensable, you can throw it away. Asta's like, it's pretty cool. I'm gonna keep it actually. I'll store food in it. Put some nuts in it as a snack.
I wonder what Asta does with it. Does he like?
He uses a
You
little
know the-
dish for his,
No, I mean,
for
like-
nuts.
no. Here's what he does with it. He buys a little figurine of a cute horse,
Oh no.
and he fills it with bodily fluid.
No.
Oh.
Well, what I was going to say is, I mean, like, how does he like get it home? Does he just carry it with him throughout this entire fucking massive arc where he's fighting fucking
be
crazy
funny.
people the whole time?
We actually cut back to Hajj for the first time, and like for the first time since like the first or second chapter, we see Sister Lily and the church kids. The anime kept showing him, but this is the first time we've seen him outside of like flashbacks
Dude,
since the start of the manga.
It was so weird to think about that. Like the anime really does like put them in every little fucking chunk of cooldown. Like, oh hey, here's an update on what happened with us, the main characters, Yuno and Asta. Good to see you guys again. And we just literally didn't see them again for like 160 chapters or some shit.
Yeah. They even extend their time in Hajj in like the anime during this section to like have like a whole flashback episode framed as like Sister Lily watching them fight and think about the letters they sent her. Like they really want the anime really wants us to remember the guys in Hajj.
Yeah, I think it's because they just want to bang Sister Lily, but you know,
Who, the anime staff?
yeah, much
They
like
wanna put her-
Asta.
They want to put their anime staff inside of her.
Nah, dude, they want to bang the fucking father, Orsi Olaf or whatever.
Orcus
Orpheophi,
Orfalafel.
Orpheo, Orsi, or
Orphe
Orcus,
Orfalafel.
Orphaneer.
The orphans.
Well, I mean, it was an orphanarium.
Oh, yeah.
Very true.
Orphe Orfalafel's orphanarium. And they, yeah, everybody leaves to chase after the Gravitoraxon. And they see
What?
Haj is in danger, and they ask, and Asta asks to stop and hang out. Like, and Nozelle's like, no, we gotta get to the royal palace. But hey, I guess you two, like, if you two really want to stop, go ahead. But like, you two are valuable fighting forces, so we're gonna need you later. So make sure to make it quick and hurry back. And it's nice. It's like a little. It's showing us here that Nozelle kind of like he sees now
They're important.
their value,
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
it's
valuable
epic.
for combat only.
and he also sees Noelle's value now too, because he's like, no, we need you in the capital too, and she's like, ooh, I'm needed.
Woo! Thank you,
It's
Oni-chan.
nice. It's nice. And so Austin, were able to save their village from poison plant. What's his name? Poison plantman.
I don't
David.
know.
D-
Oh, I think it is
like-
actually David. Yeah.
No, it's not
that's
David.
the Ice Magic guy.
Is it-
I just
Oh.
said a
Is it like
generic name.
Is it like Dimitri, or
He
is
has
it,
like
no,
a
It's
it's
Guglioli.
Digitalis. That was it.
Digitalis?
what?
Digitalis.
Oh, maybe
No
that's
way
the
it-
elf's name.
There's no way it's that weird of a name.
No,
Maybe-
it's. I remember that because I remember reading online that that's like a poisonous plant named Digitalis.
Poison
So that's
plant,
where
dude.
it's right
Black
here.
Clover.
Wait, fuck.
Poison plant magic. Where the fuck? It doesn't tell me the guy's name.
Where are you? Can't
I'm on
you
the
trust
wiki.
me? Can't you just trust me?
No.
So I found a page for poison plant magic, but not for the
Digitalis.
guy.
That's what I said. Digitalis.
That's such a fucking weird
Well,
name.
his first name is Digit and his last name is Talus.
Yeah,
Like
that's what I
Digit
said.
as in like numbers.
That's still a weird
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, I thought he had like a
Dude, this guy
like
got
a
bullied in school or some shit.
yeah. I thought this
Honestly,
guy
yeah,
had a
the anime
plain
like
name.
shows his personality more, and he's like this wimpy little dude.
Yeah, True.
It makes sense
Dude,
if he was.
he would have done this eventually anyway, even if he wasn't possessed and full of malice.
That's true.
he's
That must
the
be-
kid to walk into school with a fucking AK.
That's probably why he came so close to becoming a dark elf. Started
Yeah?
getting those spots. Started getting those spots when Asta was fighting him. And Asta's like, if this keeps going, I think the actual words they use is he's going to turn into something that is not an elf. Which
Yeah.
is like it's kind of wrong because a dark elf is still an elf.
Well, it's not a regular elf, so is
Still an
that
elf.
hey, go
Hey.
fuck yourself.
Fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Fuck ya. Fuck ya.
Yeah, so
This
the-
is also when we see the power of the demon destroyer sword.
oh yeah, it turns out that the demon destroyer sword, the sword that Asta just got to destroy the demons, it actually
destroy the elves.
it destroys it destroys the effects of spells, which means that it can cancel the reincarnation and return people
Yeah.
back to normal.
We first see it destroying the effects of the poison magic, and then we see that it can even work on the reincarnation spell.
Yeah. It's like it affects fate itself, you could say.
Whoa.
Holy shit, we've never seen that ability.
Yeah.
It's actually called
Ah.
causality break, because it fucks with causality,
Yeah.
which is fate, in other words. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, now we hop along to and Digitalis split up from Asta because Asta's going off to they sense two elf spirits, so they split up, and Asta ends up going to one that is Luck, who stops off to cause some havoc, and he ends up in the same town that Vanessa and Magna are hanging out in. I remember you were like really confused because like in the anime, Magna was like on like a little solo training journey after not being a royal knight, and then they like noticed Luck's havoc causing him and Vanessa, who was just kind of hanging out with him, and they go off to search. But in the manga, they're just kind of like hanging out in a random town.
Yeah, it is a little weird.
They're chilling.
The anime definitely kind of helps it out by like actually explaining what the fuck is going on.
You remember when in the Seabed Temple where Fenrir's freaking out and Vanessa's like, if we get through this, I'll let you touch my boobs. It's like that. She's like, Magna, if you stop moping, I'll let you go out on a date with me, and then you can touch my boobs. And Magna's like, yeah.
What a pussy.
Nah, I'll tell you, he's the real pussy. Luck. He got mind controlled. That's a bitch move if I've ever seen.
Damn, how do you get mind controlled? What the fuck?
The fuck?
He must be not very cool.
Yeah. But anyway, Magna and Vanessa versus Luck is a really cool fight, and I really like that through Vanessa's help, Magna is able to, for a while, keep up with the elf-possessed Luck. I really like that because, you know, Asta is the guy with no magic, but he's able to use anti-magic because of it. Magna is like a lot more of like the normal case where he just has really low magic. So I feel like him being able to keep up with these superpowered people through like teamwork and like modest use of his magic and like tricky spells, I feel like that's like Asta is the main example of this kind of like the lower class rising up thing, but like Magna is the second example that proves it, you know? I'm glad he's able to like keep up at least until like a lightning bolt hits Luck and supercharges him. Yeah.
I agree. I don't have anything to add though.
It's a really cool fight. Do you think that?
Yes, it is
that a
cool.
thing you think?
I'm not gonna lie, all these like random fucking fights in the middle of this arc, there's just not much to talk about.
Yeah.
They're just fighting
Pretty
for like
much, yeah.
90% of the arc.
Yeah, that's why I said this arc would go fast and that we could do it in one episode. It's mostly just action.
Yeah, a lot of action.
But yeah, Asta shows up, and then near the end of the fight, he's in danger of turning into quote unquote something that is not an elf. Also, but thanks to the Demon Destroyer sword, Asta's able to break through to Luck's subconscious, and we get this really kind of like nice but also sad scene of Luck sees his mom in his mind, and I don't know if it's like her actual spirit calling him to the afterlife, or like it's just his mind and picturing her. But he's like gonna go to her because he like thinks like, oh yeah, all I have is my mom, so I should go with her. But then he hears his friends calling out to him from outside, and he's like, oh wait, I have them too. So he's got to be like, okay, I gotta go, but bye mom, love you, and he runs away. But we see this really nice panel of his mom watching with a smile and tears in her eyes, and it's nice. It's really nice. And then we snap back to the reality. Oh, there was gravity, and Luck is like, we don't see his face, but he's like, am I? And then we turn the page, and he's just like this really sad, just pretty much almost like about to start sobbing. He's like, am I still a black bull? And Magna pulls him into like a hug, and he's like, of course you are. And he starts bawling, and it's just so fucking sad, but it's so fucking heartwarming. I love it. I love those guys. I love those two little homos.
It's like Zora all over
Yo,
again.
I swear,
Yeah.
if when we get the fucking like time skip last episode where it's like 20 years later, they better fucking be married, yo.
I honest, yeah, I'd
Yeah,
love that.
yeah, why not? Let's
But
do it.
it's just
Let's
it
write a
just
fan fiction.
warms my. I'll do it. I'll do it. But it just warms my heart so much. The scene, I love it.
Yeah, pretty rad.
It's true.
So anyway, after Luck comes to his senses, the chapter starts with him thanking everybody, while also kicking Magna in the face because, as Vanessa says, he's shy and can't express his emotions without it, and not Luck's like blushing a little bit. So it's like, yeah, that's probably true. And then they head back to the Black Bull hideout to see what's going on, and they find it in fucking shambles. Osha's gone, and like it's a really funny scene because like Magna and Vanessa are just like, okay, what happened? And Gordon's just like, and Gray's like, and Henry's like, so there was, but like Asta talks to each one of them individually and like somehow understands them all. And each time Magna's like, seriously, how the fuck are you understanding them?
Because he's
Would one of
Asta.
you learn to talk?
Asta understands like that's his thing. Like Asta's just like I
He's
don't know.
understand the boy.
No, because he's like the like go between for the Black Bulls. Like he can understand everyone like
That's
their
true.
personalities and everything and like I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like I've talked about this before, but I can't remember exactly what the what the
I can't remember, but I'm
yeah.
pretty sure that at one point Gray is speaking in like wingdings.
Oh yeah, yeah. She did that a couple chapters ago.
Uh,
Yeah. I remember
also,
that.
we learned that Asta already knew who Henry was, which makes sense since like Asta like they stick him with cleaning duty a lot, so obviously he'd know the hideout pretty well, and like with no magic for Henry to steal away with his weird like magic stealing constitution, Asta would be fine next to him. And he's just like, I thought everybody knew who Henry was. It was really just me. It's funny.
You guys don't know Henry, my boy? The fuck?
This is my boy. And
Damn,
Henry's like,
me and
he
Henry
is
hang out all the
also
time.
my boy. And then Charmy shows up, and another like continuing how funny the scene is. Charmy shows up with like an army of sheep cooks and like a mark on her face that looks a lot like the elves' marks, and she's like, "Who fucking did it? I'm gonna get revenge." And they're like, "Oh fuck, Charmy's enough too." But then she's just angry about like who ruined my fucking vegetable garden, and then she licks up the
The
mark
ketchup.
on her face. Yeah, it was just fucking ketchup or something. She like raises her fist in abject rage, Charmy fist of rage, and forces everybody to start eating her fucking sheep cook head chef sheep cooking because it actually like this spell raises like the magic of people who eat it temporarily, like it restocks their magic. So as long as they keep eating, they pretty much have infinite magic. And it's such a busted spell, but for Charmy it just fucking works. I love that. And
Charmy is just like the most like overpowered character for no reason.
I know,
It's
but like
great.
since she's so fucking comedic, it works.
Yeah, she's the comic relief.
It's awesome.
More like they're all the comic relief, but she's the comic relief.
Yeah.
She relieves us of the comical
We eat so much that we have to go relieve
yes.
ourselves.
Basically.
And through her magic cooking, they're able to put back together the hideout into the charging style Great Black Bull, and they all were off to save the kingdom. Yeah, go. And then we move on to what might be my favorite chapter, at least like action wise, and probably the whole series, 165, because this is when This chapter is the one where the Black Bulls that are in the charging Black Bull, they find the town under attack by 3 of the elves, one of which is the real Xerx Lugner.
Yeah,
That's pretty neat.
and two
And
other
they
peeps.
yeah, and they charge in, and like the whole chapter is just them fighting, but like it's so cool to see because with like the their home base like giving them the advantage, Henry like giving them like this spot to do things from, we get to see like all of their strengths play out, this like working as a team, Charmy and Vanessa and Gray all going like from the windows using their powers to save people that are trapped or hurt, get them out of there. And Vanessa's like Rouge is able to like deflect the spells that are used to attack them. Charmy's given everybody her cooking so that their magic stays high, and then with like a bunch of little cannon areas, Henry's able to enhance the attacks of Luck, and Magna and Gordon hit everybody hard. And then when they're gonna hit the Black Bull hideout with a Union attack, they use the fucking Asta cannon and literally fire Asta out of a cannon and to deliver the final blow. And it's just such a cool chapter. And it's so cool seeing them in this like group scenario with having Henry as like the mission control, giving everybody like different ways to use their magic from the peaks of the on top of the Black Bull hideout. It's just so fucking cool. I love it.
It's really cool because like they all have their own unique like fighting styles and different different abilities that are all like so unique and like fucking crazy, and like you wouldn't think any of them would work together, but like they all like just work together so well, and that they're able to come together and just destroy anything.
Through the Raging Black Bull, the synergy of this team just goes off the charts. Awesome. I love it.
They could do anything.
And Henry's, it's like, it's because I know you guys so well. It's because you're my nakama. It's like that's why it's my favorite chapter. It's just amazing.
Wait, you really? So this is what you were talking about last time when I was like, "Oh yeah, this is the best chapter," and you're like, "Oh, I have another best chapter."
No, that one I was talking about the chapter. I think like 102, the one where they get back from the witch's forest, and like we see how like all the different groups had changed, like Magna and Luck had changed.
So
that's my favorite chapter for comedy. This is my favorite action chapter.
I see, because I had it was cool because my favorite chapter was the one, leading into the witch's forest, and yours was the one that was the payoff of the witch's forest. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But then we move on to the next chapter, and guess what? Ash, it's your favorite character. She's back. Sally.
Love that bitch.
Holy shit.
Apparently, when every single human in the Eye of the Midnight Sun was dying, Rades finally learned a new fucking spell and brought himself and his two besties back to life.
The opposite side of his single grimoire page finally gets some writing. And this is like before even we get to the Heart Kingdom, we're getting our first look at true magic through true Wraith magic.
He becomes amazing.
He becomes what's the Naruto revival thing? What's it called?
Oh, an Edo Tensei.
Edo Tensei.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. I'm smart.
I mean, I couldn't remember it either.
Yeah, Edo Tensei's himself and Valtos and Sally back to life so that they can fucking kill Licht, string them up by his eye sockets.
But also now, no one can ever be confirmed dead in the series ever again.
Nah, because like Valtos even says later, like this can only work like right as like the soul is leaving the body, and like with somebody that I myself am very familiar with and have spent a lot of time with. So like only people like him and Sally and Valtos and like other people from the Eye of the Midnight Sun probably kind of work with that. Like I doubt he could do that with I don't know, Fuegoleon or
No, I know. I'm just trying to be that annoying anime fan, you know.
yeah. And can they beat Naruto? Then they're not strong. No.
What?
And I know Julius Novachrono is strong, but
Can he beat
Goku is
Goku?
Goku is stronger than him. So who fucking cares?
Yo, he couldn't even beat Goldo because Goldo would stop time, so Julius couldn't even stop time.
Goldo was obviously faster because he did this one thing that time.
Goldo was obviously the better time stopper of anime. Julius Novachrono.
Welcome to Death Battle.
This
Well-
time on Death Battle, we're doing Dio versus Jotaro versus Goldo versus fucking Julius.
Novachrono.
This time on Death
Jotaro
Battle.
Jotaro versus Novachrono. Oh no.
We're doing
What the fuck are we doing?
Nero
Crack
versus Gamakichi.
Hey, there's a squirrel outside. Guys, I'm looking at a squirrel. Oh, there it goes.
Wait, there's a squirrel outside?
Yeah.
Get his number for me.
Damn, Dylan really showing his furry colors.
His number is 555, 5 again, 123 nuts.
1, 2, 3 nuts.
Where were,
Nice.
yeah, where were we again? Oh yeah, the Rades trio. They're alive, and they go to meet up the Black Bulls. And in another chapter that I really love because it's just funny.
Yeah. It's so
They try-
funny seeing how cocky Rades is, and Asta's like, you're a dumb motherfucker, and you're gonna fucking help us.
And he does fucking wrestling moves, such as the fucking Tombstone Clover Driver. I'm not kidding. That was the actual name. And like Rades just tried to Rades tries to get like backing me up, guys, and Sally's like, I don't have my glasses. I can't see. Where's
just
my
be-
glasses?
She just becomes like a completely different character because she
becomes
loses her
Velma.
glasses.
She becomes Velma Scooby-Doo.
Yes.
But yeah, I like that all three of them are like looking to get into this team up for different reasons. Voltos, like that now that Lick betrayed them, he's starting to realize that like, oh, I was actually a sinner this whole time. I should probably start atoning. And Charmy gives him some food while he mulls it over, and it's really nice.
Yeah.
Sally literally doesn't care about any of this. She just wants to keep experimenting because and she's like, when I died, I think I'm gonna make a breakthrough now that I almost died. So I'll do whatever you want as long as I get to dissect you. You don't need anesthetic, right? Yes, I do. Okay, we'll talk about it later. I'm in. And Rades just kind of like holds out until like they start enticing him with food, and he's like, "Fuck it, I'm in." But we're doing this my way, and Asta's like, "No, we're doing this my way. Glad to have you on board. Let's fucking do this. Come on, everybody. We're going to save the kingdom." And Rades like, "I hate you all."
Yeah.
It's
Love that.
fun.
Yeah, they save everyone, and then it's just
I hate you all. But yeah, and now we're gonna go back in time a little bit
back in time.
because you anime only people, you may be wondering why we haven't been talking about stuff like Yami versus Charlotte or like the Crimson Lion King's battle or the Golden Dawn. That's because the manga does things a little differently. The manga kept its focus ever since the reincarnation happened after Julius versus Lek. The anime and manga do things a little bit differently.
It's focused on Asta, like from Asta's perspective.
Yeah, they focus on the perspective of Asta ever since like the reincarnation actually happened. And now after the deal has been struck between the Rades trio and them, the manga cuts back to just after the reincarnation happened and follows
Yami
mainly
and,
Yami's
and the others.
mainly Yami's
etc.
perspective.
Everything else that happens.
Yeah, while the anime had us cutting between Asa's perspective and all the stuff like what Yami does, the Golden Dawn, Crimson Lions. I it's like I wouldn't say one version is better than the other in terms of this, but it's just like two different things. If you want like a more like if you like the back and forth more, then you'll probably like the anime more. I like the manga more because like things feel a bit more like self-contained, I guess. And
Yeah,
I like that a bit more.
I like the manga version a bit more, but I feel like if I were reading like weekly, I would be so annoyed because it would literally be like almost a year in between like seeing these
Mm.
characters. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's true.
It,
Plus
it
like plus like
yeah.
having this more self-contained version means that like we go like 15 or 20 chapters without seeing Asta and his group after we cut to Yami's perspective right after. So like seeing them again, even for someone like me who isn't like a super like main into the main character most of the time, it was really nice seeing him again. Whereas the anime, we just go like maybe like an episode without seeing him.
Yeah, it's I think it works out pretty well in the manga though.
Yeah, both
Anyways,
work.
so we cut back to
Yeah,
Yami right
now
after Julius dies, and
and he gets attacked by Owen and Marks.
yeah, Owen and Marks who shouldn't be able to fight, but you
I don't
know they're
I don't
elves
know.
They're
now.
elves now.
I don't know where you keep getting that.
No, they
Obviously,
can fight. Obviously, I'm just saying like
Marx was able to fight before. Yami knew what his like crossbow darts do.
Okay, yeah, but the thing is, like,
we didn't know that.
so Yami says, like, damn, I'm having a hard time with these guys, even though they're not fighting types. And
Yeah,
I
like
think
they're
that's like a contributing factor to the confusion.
I'm
Yeah,
not
they're
saying
not.
that they like physically
They,
can't fight or anything. I'm just saying like they're clearly not focused on being able to fight, and being
that,
reincarnated as an elf increases their power to such an extent that, they're
yeah,
pretty capable fighters,
yeah, that's
more
true.
so than they would normally be.
That's true. It's just that like the darts thing, they could do that. He could do that before. And
Yeah.
Owen's jellyfish healing magic is up to the point where like from the way Yami describes it, it sounds like it's like a cancer jellyfish now. Uses the
Oh
spell
yeah,
if I
dude.
give you cancer.
It's like from that one episode of the Harley Quinn show where she uses the cancer ray.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yami takes him out, but then he gets a real opponent in elf possessed Charlotte, who now has red roses instead of blue ones, and
Yeah.
her magic abilities have been upped way more than even other elves who are attacking types have, because the lingering effects of her curse is gone, Dylan. Her
Yeah.
power is upped because the lingering effects of the curse are gone in addition to the reincarnation,
Yeah.
Dylan.
Yeah. We'll go with that
I'm correct. You're wrong.
if you say so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Tell us in the comments. Do you think that
It's so
the
dumb.
lingering effects of Charlotte's curse that included turning her roses blue also kind of kept her power down, like including like the healing magic she has later and all the extra spells like that weird lightsaber thing?
Weird
T- t-
lightsabers.
tune in now because me and Dylan argued for like 2 hours about this.
We did actually. Maybe I think it was more than 2 hours. I don't even know.
Something like that.
It was very
Guess you
fun,
just can't admit you're wrong.
but you're
Felt more like
wrong.
2 days to me.
No.
2 days?
Anyway,
Damn.
it's Yami versus Elf Sharla, and it's a nice it's a pretty cool battle, and Soul gets involved at one point, and she like Yami tries to tell her to like get out of here, and he also gives her Julius's little
Head
darkness,
corpse.
yeah, his corpse in like a little darkness ball. He's like, get put a hero is in there, put this somewhere safe. And Soul's like, no, I gotta stay here. Even if I die, I need to help save Charlotte. And Yami just kind of like helps her get to her senses. Like, do you really think she would want you to die for her? Why don't you fucking live for her instead? and Soul has to finally come to terms with dudes and put her trust in one so that her captain can be saved because she's not strong enough to do it on her own. She needs Yami.
Yeah, it was cute.
It's nice. Yeah, and we see that Yami really does have like a very high opinion of Charlotte because he's like, your fucking subordinates over there crying. What the fuck are you doing letting this elf control you, bitch? You're not that weak. It's really nice. It shows that like he thinks highly of her and like they have a really good fight. And it ends with Charlotte doing like a little tactical retreat. It seems like they kind of tied for now, but like still tactically retreats for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, the next thing that happens, I believe, is well,
Crimson
fuck,
Lions.
the Crimson. Oh yeah, the Crimson Lions. We finally get Fuegoleon, who's been gone for a very long time.
Well,
It's
first we get the Leopold leading the nameless scrubs against their vice captain,
Randall.
Lutner.
Randall Lufdare.
Randall.
And this elf's fighting style with like the air magic, it almost looks like martial arts, and it's really cool.
Oh
It's
yeah, it
really
is.
cool, and I'm glad that Filler made use of this character once he got humaned again, because it's a really neat fighting style.
So
It just would have been better if we knew who this person was beforehand, you know?
yeah, I like what little we do get of this guy. Like the interpretation that I have, even though I know it's like wrong and inaccurate, is this dude is basically doing the anime air slash kind of bullshit, but with his fists.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. He's doing like super palm thrust things and bouncing around,
It's
kind of
like
like the
Deku.
moonwalk in One Piece.
Yeah.
No, it's not Deku because this is actually cool.
Hey.
Oh yeah, I'm still coming for you, my Hero Academia fans. I
Oh
think I
shit.
forgot.
Oh shit.
But yeah,
Mike's on the run.
I'm on the prowl.
Whatever,
I'm on
man.
the hunt.
The hunt.
Uh,
Yes.
yeah, Leopold, like as his fellow Crimson Lion Kings are getting taken down, he's like, if I just need a minute more, and like I think I'll finally have figured something out. But then his body gives out before he can, and we're kind of like, as a manga reader, if you haven't watched any like the anime filler, we're kind of like left, like that's kind of like left hanging, that thing he was supposedly about to figure out. I originally thought it was going to be like Monozone. He was gonna be a part of the Shadow Palace team with everybody else, but like the author changed his mind, and this plot line was kind of like left hanging. But according to the anime filler, it was just going to be like that heat laser thing that Fuegoleon can also do, that he used to beat Rades way back when. But yeah, as Leopold goes down, the Crimson Lion King Palace erupts in flames, and out of it comes fucking Fuegoleon. Yay! And
Holy
also he
shit.
has Salamander.
Oh.
Why?
What do you mean why?
First of all, how did Salamander leave Fauna? Second of all, why does it choose a fucking comatose guy? Third of all, like, how did they find him?
So Fauna was dead.
No, she's not. She had.
Well, I guess human
Well,
Fauna. Okay.
no. Okay.
Human Fauna still had her. That's how Ladros was able to absorb
Yes.
Salamander.
Yes, and
He
he.
got Human Fauna to
So
call him
so
in.
the way it works is that if they're like completely like disrupt, like he basically absorbed Salamander, and then Salamander was like dissipated by Asta and everything, and so Salamander was no longer binded to Fauna, so he was like free on his own after that.
I guess.
And so and he chose Fuegoleon because Fuegoleon is the coolest motherfucker out there with fire magic, obviously.
Why not Mereoleona? She was up and kicking ass.
She probably would have
Because she can't be the Wizard King, obviously, because she's a female.
That's true.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
Honestly, she actually would have, like, if Salamander came to her, she probably would have turned him down. Like, no thanks. I want to do this shit on my own.
Probably.
I'm gonna make the personal headcanon assessment that definitely happened.
That actually would. I would like that. Like if like if we got a little flashback of that thing, like approaching Marileona before the raid, and she's like, "Nah, I don't fucks with you." But you know who probably would? My brother Golian. Go hang out with him. He'd probably take on your ass.
My headcanon theory, like meta theory, is that it's because Mario Leona was already strong enough without fucking Salamander, and Fuegoleon needed a power up.
Did he really need though?
I
It
guess we
feels like
never
he would
really
probably.
saw his full powers, so
He was pretty powerful on his own.
yeah,
That
true.
doesn't conflict with my headcanon meta theory, the most important one, that just like how Belle and Undine coo over their users and how cool and cute they are, Salamander does the same thing to Fuegoleon when nobody's watching.
Love that.
That would be fucking cool.
I guess I'm sure we'll get to see that in Mogyoto Black Clover.
I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Yes, Fuegoleon's got Salamander now. The anime expands that a bit by having like a little scene of Fuegoleon in like his dream. He sees Salamander and he like accepts the power because he needs to get back out there and help his squad. Salamander sees his true heart of hearts and helps him awaken, gives him a firearm to replace the one he lost to Licht, and he's able to defeat the vice captain
Randall.
Leopold. Randall.
Don't forget his name.
My man, Randy.
Randall Luftair.
Randy boy.
Oh, Randy boy.
So we kind of skipped over
Do
something.
I make you horny, baby? Do I make you Randy?
We skipped something very important.
What did we skip?
We skipped the best character who we haven't seen in absolutely forever, Revchi.
Oh, that was now?
Yeah, it happened in between this and the thing with Charla.
Oh yeah.
Such a dumb
Rev-
aside.
Revchi and Gelder
They're back.
They used the like
The chaos.
the chaos
to escape.
Yeah, to escape.
They escaped from
their
prison
cells.
because turns out they're actually buddies. Not really, but they know each other.
Well, they were part of the same
Yeah.
thing.
Well,
And,
they were like they're not partners, but they were both members of the Purple Orcas, you know, for many years.
Yeah. It's neat that they're back. I like it in theory, but I would like it more if it was, I guess, more worthwhile.
Yeah.
The only thing they really get to do that like nobody else probably would have done is get like a bunch of treasure from the Shadow Palace that includes Yuno's necklace, which is important later. But if they had like done something during the arc that only they could have done and like required their abilities, I would have liked it more. For now, it like as is, it just kind of feels like fan service, you know.
Fan service for all the fucking Revchi and Gelder fans.
Dude, Revchi and Gelder fan service. I'm down for it. I wanna see like. Actually, I don't want to see any of that. Ugh. I don't want to see any fan service with them.
What do you wait? Are you saying that you're not interested in that?
I am very, very interested in Revchi fan service. Anyway,
let's get in talks with an animation studio. We can make it happen.
The hidden lost OVA Revchi fan service.
The Revchi beach episode.
Oh yeah, him and Gelder hanging out and them and Voltos, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Hanging out with the Seke squad, getting chicks, getting some magic transmission item numbers, dude.
That would be the episode where Asta finally makes it with Sister Lily.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The last episode.
Do they bang on screen?
Do they?
Well, you're not answering the question. If it's no, I'm not fucking interested.
How could
I'll
you
give
not
a
be interested
tentative
after...
yes.
Anyway, now we get into you cut over to the Golden Dawn, and it turns out that like literally every Golden Dawn person except for Mimosa was an elf, which makes a lot of sense because like through vengeance, Licht was or Patri was finding all of the elves like that were being magic knights, I guess, and was like asking for them, like, hey, join me because like, yeah, we'll all be together then once the reincarnation happens. And it makes sense why Mimosa is literally the only one that's not because like
She's a
like a
royal.
favor. Like you can't turn down a royal that's asking to be on your squad. That'd be weird. So it's like Grin and Bear. It just one's fine, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's all cool because they can just kill her anyways,
Yeah,
'Cause they hate.
they almost do.
Yeah, that's the point.
It's a really like, and we got Longress leading the charge to the Clover Castle, and it's a really cool scene of them invading. We get to see the magics of him and new character L'Etoile, who has compass magic that I
Oh, yeah.
really, really like.
We all
I really
love
love
Latoya.
compass magic.
She is the best. Not really. She's cool.
She has glasses.
Yep.
She has ponytail.
As
I like
as he should.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's when Yami goes to get Finral, and Finral wakes up and he's like, "Who? What's happening? Where am I? Is my name even Finral anymore?" I'm quoting actually, like not even joking.
Mm-hmm.
And Yami tells him what's up, and Finral figures out that that's probably why Longress was acting so weird, and he gets all ready to go out, and they head to the palace, and they as they're fighting some Golden Dawn members outside, they run into Jack the Ripper finally on the scene, and it's a very cool team. These three, I really like it, and I also really like learning some more about Jack's magic. The way it like as long as he keeps slashing, his arm blades will adapt, and eventually he'll be able to slash whatever.
He can sever anything.
Weird.
I like it.
He slashes all the stuff.
Yeah.
What's weird is I don't know if we've talked about this before, but like how Finral can just like send anybody like through his portals and everything, and how like Asta's able to go through without his sword dispelling the spell, and I guess
Maybe
Jack
like
is able to go through without cutting the spell.
Probably like a not an activation.
Yeah, like you have to
they're
activate it. Yeah, like you have to actively use it.
Asta doesn't want to cut.
It's still a little
Consciously
weird.
doesn't want to cut it. So
yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, they those three arrive at the castle, and the Gravito stones arrive too. But so does Nozelle's group, and they all royals arrive back at the scene.
They're all there.
Yo,
Zora,
holy shit!
Zora,
hold on. Just then, when you said it, I just realized something about the Gravito stone.
Gravito.
It's like gravity. It's like, damn, man. It's like a fucking pun or some shit. It's like word.
Wait, what?
Wait,
dude.
Wait.
This is
Are you
fucking
serious?
wacky. Dude, this is crazy. Am I nuts?
Oh
or
god.
something?
Wait.
I think you're onto something. I
Are
think you're
you-
onto something big here.
Wait, are you?
I'm fucking around, of course. I called it the
Yeah.
gravity stone earlier on accident.
Yeah. Yeah, all the royals get back, and we get a little quick interaction between Zora and Yami, where Zora's like, "Hey, I finally put on the robe, asshole," and Yami's like, "Who the fuck are you?" But inside, he's like, "Finally put on the robe, did you, Zora?" And they split into all the people who are now arriving at the castles. They split into teams. Kirsch, Mimosa, and N go to the Vermilion Castle. Yami, Jack, and Finral go to the
Kira Castle.
And Nozelle, Noelle, and Zora head off to the Silva Castle, which is where the story takes us next.
Yes.
Zora leaves. He fucks off for a bit so that kind of gauge the situation on his own, set up some traps. I assume he's probably helping the servants mainly because he's a comrade. He's a true
Yep.
comrade.
He's a bro.
And then we see L'Etoile, the compass magic elf possessed Golden Dawn Worm, attacking Worm. Attacking Solid and Nebra, and just when they're about to be killed, Nozel and Noel show up and they start fighting.
Holy shit. They're
It's a
actually
cool fight.
there. Yeah, it is cool because we see Nozel, he's like weakened. He can't fight at full strength, so obviously
Yeah,
Noel has to like pick up the slack and everything.
His magic is based around like very fine mana control. So under the willful comfort, not willful comfort.
Not what is it?
I don't know. The big magic
Yeah.
compass that fucks with mana control, and Nozel is like weakened more so than like the others, and like it's a good way to make sure like he doesn't look like a scrub, but like Noel is still needed to help turn the tide. You know.
Mm-hmm.
The way they like initially beat her, they think they beat her is by having Noel flood the whole place and forcing the L'Etoile to undo it, and then Nozel wraps her up in mercury, giving her brain damage to death. And that's when we get a little reveal about Nozel. Turns out that he wasn't actually a dick. He was cool all along. He didn't actually mean the things he said. He was just saying them because he didn't actually think Noel would be able to get better at magic, and he has to admit that he was wrong and apologize.
He was just trying to protect her all along.
Yeah,
He didn't want her to hurt herself by trying too hard or anything.
That's totally a valid reason to say to your sibling,
Yeah.
why didn't you die instead of our mother?
Well, did Nozel actually say that?
Yeah, he said that during the fucking
Really?
it was
I'm pretty sure Nozel didn't say that. I'm pretty sure that all the things he said were pretty like subtle.
No, it was either like during like a flashback or during the banquet after the distinguished service ceremony, something like that. He definitely said something about her being the reason their mother died.
Are you sure it wasn't solid? Like that is definitely a solid
Hold on,
line. Because I know it definitely didn't happen during the banquet. Because I know for a fact, because I know Solid was like antagonizing her, and Nozel he basically was like, Solid, you gotta shut the fuck up, even though it's true, or something like that.
Hold on, I'll find the actual fucking line because I'm 100% sure Nozel said something to that effect.
Either way, he was still really fucking shitty and rude and mean.
He was, yeah. I just don't think he specifically said that because that's like really fucking extreme.
It is okay. So the dining or the banquet thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't that. It was you do not belong here. Leave this place, you failure.
Yeah.
But I'm
that makes
positive
sense.
he said something to that effect.
I'm like I specifically I do remember this specific line, but I'm like 99% that Solid said it.
I'm positive it was Nozel. Hold on, I'm gonna look at Noel's first chapter. Maybe it was in like a flashback like that, and you can chalk it up to maybe you could chalk it up to like early characterization, I guess. I'm positive though that he said something like, "You're the reason our mother's dead."
Well, I know I know someone said it. I just was pretty sure that Solid said it.
I don't know, but the point I'm trying to make is like he said a lot of shit that can't really be like like forgived away by saying like I just didn't want to hurt you and like a single apology.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I think we mentioned before how Jack and was based on Noitora from Bleach. At the same time, Nozel is very clearly like inspired by Yaki Yakuchiki from Bleach. They hit a lot of the same story beats, like being very cold to their younger sister, who's a main character, until it's revealed like the reason behind it is revealed, and it actually turns out, oh, they were a good big brother all along. They just had to do it this. They had to be like this because reasons, and now they're a good guy, and like other reasons, other like reasons for like
Mm-hmm.
comparisons. Like they're both nobles. They can do similar stuff with their abilities. I got kinda, but like the point I'm trying to make is that Nozel is this doesn't feel like it's enough for me to think, oh, okay, I guess he's cool now. You know,
Yeah.
I need a bit more from him. At least with Solid and Nebra, they really did like mean all the shit they were saying. They had no ulterior motives. They really did just think Noel was a piece of shit. And
Mm.
Sod, well, Nebra, as we established, really doesn't do anything. Solid has to own up to it a little bit later when Noel's going to go into the Shadow Palace. He calls out to her and he's like, I'll hold the line with all these peasants here. You go in there. Your strength is needed, but I'm going to catch up with you one day because I'm your big brother." Something like that, you know. Nozella needs a bit more in my eyes.
All right,
At
so
least
I found it. In
what
chapter
was it?
58, he doesn't say it out loud, but he does like monologue that like in his mind that he says, "Why did mother have to die giving birth to someone like you? You killed our mother."
That was it.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So he did say to her face, you're the reason. Why did you have to kill our mother?" That's pretty fucked
Well,
up. For
oh, actually, no. Yeah, he did. Yes, he did say that.
yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That's too fucked up to be explained away with. Like, I just didn't want you to be a magic knight because I thought you'd hurt yourself, sweetie. My little favorite little daughteroo. My little emoto.com. I love you. You know.
Yeah, right. It was
Yeah.
a little weird.
Yeah. At least he gets stabbed for the trouble.
He does, yeah.
Mm.
It's
This
true.
wall stabs him, and it looks like he and Neb are gonna die. But then Noel busts out the fucking Valkyrie armor. Fuck yeah!
Yo, that's
Here we
like
are.
one of my favorite spells.
It is
Honestly,
really
yeah.
It's
cool.
so cool.
Noel
It's like
just
it's a
yeah.
full-on culmination of all of Noel's development. She's making amends with her siblings. She's stepping into like her mother's role by protecting them with a spell that's just like Asier's and like the flashback we saw of her. And like it didn't come out of nowhere. She figured out a solution for herself in the moment by like, I can't do big magic attacks like Sea Dragon's Roar or long range stuff under these conditions. I have to keep the mana close by myself, like wrapping around myself. And it comes back to mana skin too, because she's wrapping herself in
Yeah.
mana like mana skin.
It goes back to
And it's
everything
just
she's learned up to this point because
exactly.
So good.
it's been clear that she's had trouble controlling her magic, but that the closer it is to her, the more control she has over it. So of course it makes sense that her most powerful spell would be one that is very close to her body.
And it like solidifies like the fact that she has become like good at controlling her magic by doing this newfound spell and like riding the mana streams in the air under this spell that specifically disrupts the flow of mana. Like in this
Yeah,
scenario, she is pulling off shit that like even her older
sh-
brother was having trouble with.
she's overcome
It's really
like
great.
she's been able to control the mana within her own space. Even
Yeah.
if she's not able to use mana zone, she's taken mana skin to such an extreme that she can basically
Build a
like
spell around it.
yeah, she
It's
can
really great.
counteract someone else's spell like that is controlling a wide area.
Mm. And it's a really cool fight. She's able to take down L'Etoile. Oh no, a bunch of other elves are outside. They just like the roof and walls around them are destroyed in the tower, and they're face down with a bunch of elves. And one of them attacks, but then it gets bounced back. Zor returns to the fray. Fuck yeah!
He was there all along. We forgot
Uh,
about him.
no, he wasn't. He wasn't there fighting alongside them. He was off on
I
his
know.
own and just now returned.
Yeah,
So,
but we like forgot that he was,
yeah,
a thing.
yeah. Things have been stuff has been going on, so we kind of put him out of his mind. But now he's back. Yeah, and he gets to call out Solid and Nozel, and like it's the perfect like icing on the cake to this whole scene because they deserve it and he deserves to say it. And that's when we see his only non-trap based spell, Revelation of the Cowardly, and it just like Valkyrie armor, it really perfectly encapsulates what Zora's learned in like having to trust people because he's able to trust them with he built a spell around trusting other people because now they can see where his traps are, which is what Asta called him out for last time, and now he's learned to trust people. And the
Yeah,
fact that he's doing it on Noel and Nozel, two members of royalty, just kind of like compounds that he's learned a lot.
good as
It's
fuck.
really cool. Love Zora. He's best boy. Best boy. And
Zora
I
is
like that.
the best boy, according to you. So
I like that. This leads into like a little realization that elves don't know about complex human magic like traps. It can like helps you see that the tide of the battle is starting to turn.
yeah, it actually like it's cool because they're able to like put all their magics together, like they're combining their magic. Noel Nozel attaches his Mercury magic to Noel, and like they're able to uh all perform their own spells like in tandem. It works out pretty
Yeah,
cool.
it's pretty cool. And as they fight
It's more
on,
fighting.
we cut over to the Kira castle. Fenrir's parents are there, like, and so is Miss Fineass, and they're appealing to the king. The king's like, I heard that your son Langris is leading the Golden Dawn's like little coup of me. What the fuck's going on? And they're like, no, he'd never do that. And then Langris shows up and he's like, yes, I'm doing that. And
As you should.
yeah,
Can I just say,
yeah. What's that?
Longris more like dong piss.
It is.
You
That's
you
true.
got him. You
More
got him.
like
He's dead. Oh my
bong
god,
piss.
he just dropped dead from that sick burn. You got him.
What a
I'm
piece
watching
of
him right now. He
piss.
died.
True.
We see the king's magic, King Augustus's magic. What was it called again? Like divine
Divine light of the Supreme King or some shit.
Yeah, and it like perfectly fits him. It's gaudy. It's like untapped potential because of his leisure life, and it's overall useless. And
Yeah.
that fits him to a T.
Absolute monarch of divine brilliance.
And it looks like him.
It is
Yeah.
light magic though, which is cool. He's got light magic. It's a
Because he's a shitty deformed descendant of Lumiere.
yeah.
He's Lumiere's shitty inbred descendant.
Yep, basically.
I like how each episode we've done of Black Clover has had different like themes. The first was Lizard King. Last episode was Mommy Milkers. This one's inbreeding.
We love the mummy
Love this series.
milker.
You think King Augustus has big mommy milkers?
You know it.
I think
I
he's
mean, look at
I
that
th-
body type.
I think he's really into big mommy milkers, that's for sure. He looks like a
Probably.
man who sucks on the milkers.
He looks like a man who is a bit of a aficionado.
I'd imagine he has, he has like
A collection.
a collection of women that he has
Yeah.
come in with their big mommy
Uh,
milkers, and he just
yeah.
sucks on them. That's it.
Yeah. Big hair.
That's how he.
Dude, would you want a harem anime of King Augustus Kira Clover?
Oh God.
Anyway,
Let's stop
Longris
this.
Longris is about to kill everybody there, but then Finral shows up like the big dang hero he is. And Yami and Jack show up too, and they're like, "Stop being such a big hero, dumbass." And he's able to get his dad and stepmom and Miss Fine Ass away. Longris keeps him from getting the king out of there, but Jack's able to quote unquote save the king by chopping up the area around him and making him fall out of the way. And we get into Finral and Jack and Yami versus Longris, which is a very cool fight. I like all the team strats that happen.
Yeah, I mean, Finral is like the number one teamwork character because he can't really fight on his own.
And he's able to hard counter Longris's magic, as we saw last time.
Yeah, as we have seen previously.
And we see him go out and save his brother. They're able to hit him hard enough to get rid of his like automatic defense thing, and Finral gets up and is able to teleport himself up into Longris's face and punch him in the face and get him to wake up. Knocks
This
him
is
right
actually a pretty cool callback to when Asta just fucking punched Valtos in the face.
out. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like that.
Yeah, it's like the same thing. It's so cool.
He's learned. He's learned from Asta's.
Was Finral even there?
No,
No, he was currently
Nah,
evacuating everyone at the time.
Yeah, that's true. He's taken on some of Asta's spirit in
Yes,
spirit.
it's pretty
And
cool.
he saves his brother. Yeah. So
Yeah.
then we cut back outside and we see the apostles of Sephiroth, the best elves who are I don't know what's special about them, but they're special. Definitely special.
Yeah, they're just special for some reason. That's
It
it.
says they can receive divine revelations, and I don't know what that means or entails.
I don't know how that comes into effect at all,
Yeah,
except
me
for the
neither.
fact that
Don't
they're
worry
just
Yeah.
they can just do this ritual thing, and that's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
But
Potions there.
so we get to this is the part where we see Veto and Fauna again, right?
Oh yeah, they come out of those science tubes that Sally had made before. They're only 15.
All right.
And Raya says some pretty sus stuff.
Hey, Fauna, your boobies are looking a bit bigger than usual in this new body. And he gets
Wait,
slapped
fuck.
for it because Fauna and Veto spend this scene naked.
Give
was
me
that?
1 second. I have
What was that? What was that typing sound? Are you finding the scene so you can stare at Fauna's
yes and no. Where is this?
What are you doing?
Oh, wow, I'm
What?
an idiot. It was this chapter. I'm trying to find the chapter so I have it up for myself. Okay, so yeah, so remember last time we were talking about Fauna and how it was really fucking weird that they just dispelled the reincarnation by hugging Fauna, that Mars just
Yeah.
hugged Fauna and she just turned into regular Fauna.
Mhm.
And we obviously had this like disagreement over
The reason?
the reason why, because I what I said was that, you know, the only other situation where we've seen this happen where, you know, someone's able to kind of just break the reincarnation was with and
Well,
I
he
mean,
didn't really. He didn't
yeah,
break
it
it.
wasn't broken. That's the thing. However,
Yeah.
the reason that that was able to happen with Yuno was
Because he was sharing the body with a fetus.
well, yeah, he wasn't like fully reincarnated. Like he had like he wasn't like fully conscious. Basically, it wasn't like a full. He didn't have
Even if
full
it was,
control over the body.
even if it was full consciousness, it's not like it would be hard to take control of the body from a fetus.
Well, don't we find out later that he actually survived and he wasn't a fetus? He
No, it
survived
was
the thing and
no,
he lived for a while or something.
no, it was twins. One survived and one died, and the died one became
Was Yuno the
reincarnated into
died
Yuno.
one? I don't.
Yeah,
Oh,
The
because
died
he
one?
reincarnated.
in
You
either
guys mean the dead
case,
one?
what?
You guys kept saying the died one, not the one that died.
Well,
or
who
the dead
cares? This
Yeah. And
it's
it's
fun.
not a spoil, and it's not a spoiler because we see two random ass elf kids at the end of this arc.
Do we? I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
during
just.
when all the elves are being left, like leaving the bodies of the humans, we see two elf kids watching. So we confirm
Oh.
that like there were still elves in this world that weren't the reincarnated ones.
Oh yeah. I remember that. You are correct. Um. Anyways, so
What were you
yeah.
saying
So
about
so
Fauna?
so what I'm saying is even if like still the idea is that he didn't have like it wasn't like a completely like he was in complete control over the body or whatever. It wasn't like could it was pretty easy for to break free of that because it wasn't like such a tight hold over his consciousness or his body or whatever.
Mhm.
Um and actually with Fauna, it's explained here. It says we forced your previous incarnation using the evil eye, so the malice side effect was probably stronger, which basically means that like it wasn't like the same kind of reincarnation. Basically, like it was a less potent, like because they weren't able. It was a forced reincarnation, so obvious like it wasn't the same. It probably wasn't strong enough to like be able to resist that kind of
Pro-
stress. You know what I mean?
Probably. That's probably why also like Licht and William could switch back and forth, you know?
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
that was also a partial like incomplete reincarnation. Yeah, it was
Right.
explained just a couple chapters ago.
Yeah. Yeah, the Patri and the Third Eye, they were able to reincarnate early, and the reincarnation that happened with the magic stones that completed
Yeah,
theirs.
that was the
For everybody
full.
else, they got their early reincarnation when they got their second. And going into the Shadow Palace, they're gonna do a ritual that will do the second one for everybody else.
What?
Yeah, that's why they're going into the Shadow Palace. They're gonna use the last magic
Oh,
stone.
I know what you mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of the Shadow Palace, they open it up. All the apostles of Sephira, they open
Sephira.
up this. Yeah, all of the. Didn't you know all of the
Oh,
Eyes of
Sephira.
Midnight Sun members were confirmed for Smash?
Yeah.
Licht, Ryafana, Elf Kaiser,
Yeah.
York.
It's probably
Rone, the most important character.
Yeah,
who's
Rone.
definitely not evil.
we know Rone. He's a cool
We
dude.
know so much about him.
You know, I figured it was Rone, but I thought his name was Ron at first.
I
Me
thought it
too.
was Ronnie. Not
Ron.
really. I'm joking.
Hey, Ronnie.
It's Ronnie.
Ronnie. So yeah, they open up this giant shadow palace, a palace of shadows in the sky behind Clover Kingdom. And apparently it's something that all of the captains kind of knew about. They knew that it's
Yeah,
something that
apparently.
could like be awakened from under the Clover Kingdom palace. And yeah, a lot of them go inside, but Elf Gauche and Elf Marie stay behind to fight some of the Black Bulls. Well, in the meantime, um, we also see Elf, one of the Golden Dawn elves, David Swallow.
David.
He uh, he seems like Mimosa. Like he goes off to the Shadow Palace, and Mimosa comments that he was like something was off about him. A little bit of foreshadowing for what's to come later. But yeah,
Ooh.
and as Elf Ghost gets ready to fight, another elf floats down. In the anime, we see right away that it's Elf Dorothy, but we don't. The manga doesn't actually show it. We get this like big build up to who it could be, like who is it, and then it's this big reveal that it's Elf Dorothy, and we see her open her eyes for the first time, and like a giant, like perfectly spherical chunk of the the raging black bull shows up. It's been a while, but we get Asta and crew back, including the Rades trio. Rades and Voltos head into the Shadow Palace to follow Patri, and that's when Elf Dorothy comes down and takes out a big chunk of the Black Bull's hideout. And Kirsch, who is watching, is able to tell everybody that they've been sucked into dun 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 the glamour world.
It's Glamour World. Holy shit.
It was
Oh,
really
yeah, and-
glamorous.
Oh yeah, and Noelle reacts to seeing her friends again by like thinking that she had been really lonely without them, and that's very cute.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see Dorothy in action for the first time. It gives getting a lot of pomp and circumstances, which like a lot of build up, which really gives a really great start to what might be one of my favorite fights in the story.
Oh,
It's definitely up
definitely.
there.
Oh, the one against Dorothy?
Dude,
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
anime it was fucking godly.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's just all this crazy fucking colorful bullshit that never happens in this show.
Yeah. And like it's such a good group of like people taking her on. It's Magna, Luck, Vanessa, Charmy, and Sally. Wild card Sally, who is
Fucking
both
Sally.
who
Yeah.
is both like she's there because it's funny, and she's there because she's like her presence is pretty indispensable. How
She
she's using her smarts to figure out how the dream world's rules operate and
Yeah.
trying to make up solutions
she's
based
also
on.
here so that she could get her glasses back.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's important. They need to explain how she has glasses again.
yeah. This whole fight is great. I love how strategic it is and how it reminds me of like a
it's-
stand
it's a-
battle.
Yeah, it's a JoJo fight for
It really
sure.
is. Because Sally figures out like all the stuff she's making isn't magical constructs. Like even the water is real water, so she gets luck to electrocute it and Magna to like heat it with fire so that it actually explodes because it's actual water. And through this, like she gets the idea to like yell out the word exit to make a bunch of exits, and Elf Dorothy isn't able to like she's able to shut them in time. But from this, Luck is able to work out in time a plan to use Magna's fire to create a smoke screen, and then use Charmy and Vanessa's combined
Wait.
magic power. What?
This was Luck's plan?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so weird. It's like you wouldn't think the unhinged berserker was thinking this wild shit.
Yeah.
Well, Luck has always been kind of like smarter than he looks. He was able to figure out the stratagem to defeat Lotus back in the dungeon using Asta's
Oh,
lack
I
of magic
guess.
presence.
Dude,
And
he's a
Luck
scholar.
Luck is the only one on the hero side in this dream world that's been reincarnated. So he knows that like the real person is in there somewhere in the person's head and can be brought out somehow. So he
Yeah.
figures like using Magna to create a smoke screen, using Charmy and Vanessa's combined magic to make a little doll that looks like Dorothy, and using the rules that Sally had figured out, putting all of their heads together and all their abilities together, they're able to summon the real Dorothy. And that's just such an amazing way to end this fight.
Yeah.
Turn the tides in an instant. It's so good. I love this fight.
It is
And
really cool.
And we finally see what Dorothy is like when she's awake.
And she's the best, and I love her.
Honestly, yeah, she's so fucking cute. I love it. And like she like tells them to call her like big sister, and Sally's like, "Wait, how old are you?" And she's like, "I'm 27." And Charmy's like, "No, she stole my thing. She stole my lolly character that's actually older thing. Fuck her. Damn it."
Yeah, it was such weird dialogue, man.
It's funny though. I like it.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah,
we all love Dorothy, right? She's
yes,
like probably one of the best characters.
yes.
Totally.
She's awesome.
It's there's a reason that they saved her for like to be like the last captain we get a proper introduction to.
Hmm.
Well, other than like fucking Kaiser, but who gives a fuck about him?
Fuck that guy.
Fucking Kaiser.
I hate
Fuck
him.
that guy.
He's got such a cool name and he's
What
so
a
lame.
dude.
He's a bit lame, yeah. But yeah, the fight between the two Dorothys in the dream world is so very cool to like see. It's drawn really well in the manga, and
I also
it's
like
yeah,
how you could see a clear divide in the mentality between Dorothy and fake Dorothy because there's like Dorothy's coming up with like knights and swords and shit, and the elf is coming up with like monsters and beasts and shit.
like how Elf Rill is drawing a bunch of scary shit once they get into the Shadow Palace.
Yeah.
Yeah, it we don't really get a real deeper look into Dorothy's like personality at all, but like I really like the line like, "Isn't this amazing? There's somebody to share our dreams with." It's really something that's like it's I want to know more about her, honestly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it
I love that like it gets so crazy that Glamour World starts to collapse in on itself. That's really fucking cool.
Hell yeah.
And the cherry on top is that once they're outside, they got to take her down real quick. So the fucking combo spell that Luck and Magna had used on Veto to no effect, they bring it back as the coup de grace against Elf Dorothy, and that's just like the cherry on top here. I love that.
Yeah.
it is, yeah. I honestly completely forgot about that. I forgot that you
Me
know,
too, actually.
they
I was
do this
really glad
again.
to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at the same time as this fight's happening, we get Asta and crew versus Elf, Gauche, and Marie.
Yeah, Elf Goshen Marie.
I
What a
like that we learn Marie's magic, which is eye magic. She can paralyze people by looking in their eyes, which is very puts a good use by combining it with Gauche's mirror magic. And that like that gives the characters that are not involved in this fight an excuse to not get involved because they're not just like watching from the sidelines and not doing nothing. They like literally can't because Elf Marie is keeping them down. So it's up to just Asta and the people that were close enough to get caught in his Demon Destroyer sword, getting rid of the paralyzing effect, which is him, Gray, Gordon, and Henry. It's the Asta and the C team trying to get their C team leader Gauche back, and that's nice.
Yeah, they're trying to
It's
get
good.
they're trying to get
They
the
want to get
Black Bulls
Ass.
back together because Ghosh is the last one that's still an elf, so they're and after this obviously now they're all back together, and they need to team up because the
And
Black Bulls are all about like their teamwork and everything.
they know that Gauche is a huge douchebag, but he's their douchebag, so they're gonna get him back so they can say it to him directly.
Yeah.
Like that's really what they pretty much what they're saying. We
Yeah.
he sucks, but we're gonna tell him that to his face to give him back. It's a very good fight. There's a lot of very cool team strats. I love that Elf Ghost kind of figures out the weakness that Black Asta homes in on strong magic, so he exploits that by making a bunch of mirrors to make Black Asta go all over the place and run out his time.
Yeah. What I think is pretty cool that they actually end up managing to basically convince him, like to their side or like at least to just not interfere or whatever.
Yeah, they
Um,
kind of get through to Elf Ghost first.
yeah,
It's like that, along with like the way Elf Luck was exercised, thinking like that would have been cool to be friends.
at the
And
end, yeah.
yeah, it gives you the idea that like something's up here. The elves, like once they're being freed of the reincarnation, they're kind of changing their
Yeah, they have some
personalities.
sort of thing that's affecting them, and
I
you know,
wonder
they're
why.
not they're not supposed to be like this.
Yeah,
They're not supposed to be this like hateful, like spiteful race of people.
exactly.
It's not in their nature.
Yeah, but yeah. But as I wanted to say something since we're talking about Gauche. Elf Gauche and Elf Marie, they're still siblings. They were reincarnated into siblings the same way. And so I wanted to bring up two other examples of elves being related to each other. And that is the elf possessing Longros is Latri,
Yeah,
who is the cousin of Patri. Makes me think that the nobility man that Vengeance was his dad was, I think he may be like a cousin to the Vauds, maybe Longris's mom, or even like Finrel's dad, Finrel and Longris's dad,
it could be.
perhaps.
There has been I've seen a couple like of like random theories about like who Finrel's mother could have been, or whatever,
Well,
because
it's got to be
well, not
like
Finrel,
related to Longris.
I mean Longris,
Right.
just in general, both of them, because they have different mothers, so
Yeah.
they're half
And
siblings.
same thing. The it's made like it's said in the actual chapters where she's shown up that Elf Charlotte doesn't have any sisters, but she has a younger brother.
It's Rufal.
And yeah, it's the elf possessing Luck.
Yeah.
So, and we never knew Luck's dad, but we know that he has a large amount of magic power for a commoner. So it could be that Luck is like the bastard son of Charlotte's father.
It's possible.
Neat.
Uh,
Definitely, it's definitely
I'm
possible.
trying to think if like it had anything to do with like the curse of House Rosalie or anything, but I don't see how that would happen.
I doubt it,
Yeah.
but it was just kind of a random thing. But like, like his mom was a commoner, so I can see it like maybe like her dad just kind of like had her as his like secret mistress,
Yeah.
and then he like
I
sent
mean,
her away when she got
it's not
fritters.
that this kind of stuff doesn't happen because we obviously see it with Vengeance. He's a
Yeah,
bastard.
mm,
Yeah.
he's
Damn,
a
that's
real
not the B word.
No,
he's a
I mean
real
like the literal meaning of
bastard.
Yeah,
bastard.
no, I know. Like illegitimate spawn.
Yeah, you legitimate, illegitimate. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
He's a bastard.
A bastard.
Bastard.
Something
Yeah,
really cool about the elf reincarnations and everything is that, even though like they're, they kind of have like they have things that are similar about them, between the host body and the reincarnated elf and everything. Because they are like reincarnations in a certain way,
mhm.
but they're still different in their own ways. Like they're different people. Like they have their own things that they have their own interests and everything and different personalities.
Yeah.
But
Elf
it's
Charlotte
cool.
isn't like cooing all over Yami. Rufal seems a lot more like not unhinged like Luck is. Elf Gauche isn't like freaking out over his sister like regular Gauche.
Yeah.
Hey, can I be real annoying real quick?
Do it.
Be it.
Um, so not to like backtrack or whatever, but
Go ahead.
to bastard theory.
Yeah.
I like how like kids with separated parents and half siblings are like an acknowledged real thing in this world, because that shit generally
It's
doesn't really
very
come up
common.
in media.
It's
And
yeah, it's
like,
common and it doesn't show up as much as you would think it should, right?
yeah,
Mm.
because like I'm literally both of those things, and like I don't know, I it's Seems normal to me, but
I
it
think
just
it's
doesn't happen
because
in
like
Japan.
there's like in modern society there's like this
It's like a
romanticized version of
cultural
like the
norm.
no of like the nuclear family and everything, and anything that
Yeah,
differs is completely abnormal, when in actuality for like the majority of human history that's been the norm.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice to see. But that's just a theory. A bastard theory.
It's
Well, I
true.
mean, there's confirmed bastards like Vengeance and
Yeah.
Finral and Longris are half siblings, so
Mm-hmm.
it's got a precedent in canon.
Yep.
And also there's orphans like Asta and
Yeah,
Yuno
There's
and
orphans and
etc.
there's Orphe Orflawful.
That's
Whatever the
true.
fuck his name is.
And there's also people who want to fuck fucking nuns.
And there's also people who want to fuck their sister.
what can I
True.
say? It's got real good representation.
Yeah.
Can I say except
Where's the
welcome?
Nazis at now? Come on, guys.
Oh, well, we'll get to those
Well, I mean,
next
you know,
series. Just you wait.
Oh
it's
shit.
plenty Bleach inspired, so I'm sure that the third saga might just be about Nazis.
Probably.
Oh yeah, the Von and Reich were
Reich.
pretty Nazi-esque. Although they had a lot of they were a pretty diverse group of Nazis.
Yeah,
Wait, who?
the
Von den Reich.
Vanderreich
Oh. Oh, from
from
Jojo?
Bleach.
Oh, from
Yeah, the
oh,
Thousand
right.
Thousand Year Blood War.
Well,
Don't you
I
remember
mean
they
that
had
they're
that?
supposed to invoke that like aesthetic,
Yeah,
yeah.
they literally wear the uniforms.
Yeah.
But they're also pretty diverse. Don't you remember Sternritter R, the Roar, Jerome Guisbait, who was a black guy that had the power to turn into a giant gorilla? I'm not even kidding. What the like? Whose idea was that? And like,
Mr.
why did
Kubo.
nobody say? Yeah, how did nobody say, "Hey, Mr. Kubo, this may not be a good idea"?
Dude, like black people almost don't exist in Japan, like at all. It's so
Yeah,
weird.
Japanese people
Wait.
are really fucking racist.
Bleach has a good amount actually.
Yeah,
It does
Uh,
surprise, like it's one of the series that does
Ka-
have a lot.
Kaname, Yoruichi, Lille Baro, some of the Iran cars.
yeah.
Was Baragon black or was he just really tan?
He's just tan.
Oh.
He's like
Uh,
Spanish, actually. That's most of the Espada are
Oh yeah,
Spanish.
was I know the Espada 7 was black, and Tier Holybell might have been black too.
Yeah, well,
Yoruichi
the-
and Yushiro.
Hispanic, like Latin American people are very mixed
Yeah.
in terms of races, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But that's Bleach, and we're talking about Black Clover. Ghosh comes back, but before he does, Elf Ghosh
Damn.
says to Asta, hold on, I want to find the exact quote because it actually ends up being important for Asta when he goes to talk to Patri. I want to find the exact quote.
It's something like nothing can be taken away without consequences.
Something like that, yeah. He says
Mhm.
like he says something like, do you think that like a convenient power that can make it as if nothing ever happened for free, do you think that exists? Actions come with consequences. There's no getting around that. If you remember nothing else, keep that in mind, human. Nas says, yeah, and I won't forget about you two. And he doesn't. Like when he gets through to Patri, this is an important thing that he remembers, and I like that. And the scene of Ghosh coming around and saying thanks to everybody, it's really sweet. He's an asshole, but he's their asshole. And you got to take care of your asshole.
They all love Ghosh. Holy shit.
They all lol.
Oh god, it's Gordon.
Oh yeah, Gordon gets up in his face. I like that.
Well, it was actually Gray transformed as Gordon.
Oh no,
I think.
No, it was Gordon. He was like, "Come on, don't you remember when we went to the library? We're the Gore Gow duo,
Wait, when
and
does that happen?
we're best friends."
But yeah, the two fights end simultaneously, and everybody ends up in a big pile up in Charmy's cotton, and it's really nice. everybody's all back together, happy to be back together. Charmy starts feeding fucking Marie some food, and Sally's happy to be there too. Uh, and Zora and Noelle come flying by, and Noelle pushes Zora off the broom and jumps off as well because she's sad that she's missing out on the group cuddles.
You know what strikes me as really weird about this particular moment in the story?
What's that?
Like, Dorothy is laying right there, like, on the ground, knocked out. They could have undone the reincarnation and, like, brought her to help.
They do in the anime. Asta undoes the reincarnation.
I think she just sleeps though. She just doesn't wake up
Mm.
because she's Dorothy.
I like how everybody's hanging out, and then like they're about to they're gonna recover together and then go after Captain Yami, who went into the Shadow Palace alongside Jack. And then the last panel is a little zoom in on Fenrir thinking to himself while unconscious, I get the feeling I'm missing out on something again.
Yeah. That's great. But hey, he gets his own very cool little side adventure.
Oh yeah. Now that they're like all back together, the Black Bulls sit down and they say they're gonna restock their magic. Mimosa and Noelle get all uwu jealous because Sally says she's gonna do whatever the fuck she wants to Asta's body.
And she's like feeling him up and shit.
Yeah.
As you should.
Good times. Good
Yeah.
times. Then they notice the gate to the Shadow Palace is starting to shrink a bit, so they all get set. Some more elves bust in, but guess who it is taking them out? It's Fuegoleon and Meriliona. Oh yeah,
Holy
The
shit.
fucking flaming lion siblings.
that's except for Leo, because who cares? Fuck that guy.
Fucking
Yeah,
Leo.
he's like he always feels like an afterthought.
Kinda, yeah.
I think that's the
Well,
point, is that he like his character journey is about him like kind of
Catching up.
becoming not forgettable.
I mean,
Because
Fair
he's
enough.
like living in the
It's
shadows
not-
of his older siblings who are, you know, extremely powerful and well liked and everything. So he
like,
has to
I mean, it
pick up
it
the
makes
slack.
sense. I just feel like maybe that he should be like funny or something. Like, there's not enough.
Put him in a clown wig and clown makeup. Leo, the clown sibling. You will be the funny guy.
How clowny.
I'd like it. But yeah, I see what you're saying. He needs something to help set him apart, I guess.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, now that they're here, they're making plans to head into the Shadow Palace, but more Golden Dawn elves, including elfatized Adam Sandler. Oh no!
Oh
The
shit.
most
It is
the most
Adam
pa-
Sandler.
the most powerful character, the character we need to see saved the most. And the Black Bulls, in a very cool scene, are set to hold them off as the handful of people get set to go. Uh, they uh, they they say Austin needs to go because he's got that sword. Kirsch says like Mimosa should go because they'll need a healer, and he'll stay behind and hold the line with these peasants. A really nice scene between the siblings. And speaking of nice scene between siblings, Solid calls out to Noelle after Noelle gets up and says, "Noelle, me and you are going too." Solid calls out to her, and he's like, "We're gonna hold. I'm gonna hold the line too, but I'm gonna catch up to you with the strongest Silva one day because I'm your older brother, Noelle." And it's nice. It's nice to see that he's taken the L, and he's
Yeah.
willing to grow now.
He's number one.
so
Number
it's always good to see them drop the bastard.
dropping the base, dropping the
That is
bastard.
true.
So yeah, those six head off to the Shadow Palace while the Black Bulls and assorted extras stay behind. And
They're
they
not
enter.
extras. Come on.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
I'm just joking.
I let my inner Bakugo slip out. Am I right, guys? Ha 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 ha.
It's not funny.
Totally.
Bakugo's the
That
coolest
guy.
character of all time.
It's the worst.
I'm just kidding.
I know you're kidding,
Dude,
because he's the worst.
Bakugo is such a relatable character. I too encourage people who look up to me and enjoy my company to commit suicide.
Yeah,
Yeah,
KYS
basically.
in real life.
In real life.
Anyway,
Oh my god.
they enter the Shadow Palace, surrounded by a
Wait,
million
Mike,
Bakugos.
fuck. You
What?
can't do that. We're gonna get
What?
demonetized.
Oh,
Oh
Wait,
no.
what?
I'm just
What?
kidding.
Okay,
I don't care.
I feel like I missed an entire chapter just
A
now.
chapter?
nah, they
No,
popped into
in fucking conversation, like I
Oh.
missed an episode, you know?
Oh jeez.
I King Crimsoned you. You skipped ahead into the future.
15 seconds, damn.
Well,
Dang.
here we are.
Yeah,
We're
they
going
get
to the
split
Shadow
up.
Palace.
They get split up into the Shadow Palace, but Asta and Mimosa end up in the same way in a
And-
very funny scene.
Very
Of-
humor, much booby.
Yeah,
Hilarious. Very
funny
anime.
scene. Yeah, I remember like texting you too when I was reading this for the first time, being like, as soon as I entered the Shadow Palace, the amount of titty humor upped 1,000,000%.
Yeah.
There was some, yes. That is true.
Yeah,
There's been a
So-
sore lacking for quite a while. It's been all fighting.
they get in there and they're all split up, but Asta and Mimosa get set to go after the biggest source of power, the Relict, but they get stopped by Elf Rill. He's in the way in their first room, and he's making a bunch of really cool, well drawn monsters and crazy shit.
Because he's
Yeah.
he's cool and everything, and he can
He's-
draw.
He's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Noelle's by herself at first, taking on Fauna, who's gotten a real glow up. She's got actual phoenix wings and flight powers now.
Well, she's
Yeah,
got to
she's
make
pretty
up for
epic.
not having a spirit.
She's
That's
got to make
true.
up for not being legal anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
She's age regressed into non-fuckable territory.
Not in
Damn it.
Japan or in the
Not true.
Clover Kingdom, where 15 is the age.
That's true. 15 does seem to be like the age of
Yeah.
like adultness and
Because that's when they
Kingdom.
get their grimoires, so
They
they're
get
like
the
considered
grimoires.
adults, and they can become magic knights and everything. So
Yeah,
that's
They-
like the
they can apparent-
adulthood age,
they can apparently get married.
I'd imagine. Yeah.
It's just like in Pokemon. Once you're 10, you're an adult.
That's true.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Then we get two more matchups: Mereoleona versus Veto, and Fuegoleon versus an equally powerful character to the Third Eye members.
Elf Kaiser.
Yeah, Elf Kaiser, the kingdom's quote unquote ultimate shield. I can very much tell Mustachio Man is gonna be a true threat to Mr. Fuego, equal to
Yeah.
Veto.
You know, a guy whose name we didn't have up to this point, even though he's a fucking captain.
That's true. This is the first time we've heard his name
Yeah.
in the manga.
He was just
Um,
the new Purple Orca's captain until now.
To
Man,
be fair, yeah,
I can't believe they made Fuegoleon fight Hamon's dad.
he does look a bit like Hamon, I guess.
It's because he's fat.
Yeah, that's true.
There's not many
To be
fat
fair-
characters in a series where people just stand around casting magic spells.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Especially,
To be
you
fair-
would think like
yeah.
nobles and stuff, because like they have so much magic, they don't even have to do any like acrobatic kind of
Yeah.
fighting. They could just
Well, I
literally
mean-
stand there and fucking
You see-
throw out
The
spells.
kid's really fat.
We see some fat nobles that are like non-magic knights.
Yeah, but even magic knights, you would think it would be more common.
Anyway, we joke, but Elf Kaiser, he does put on a pretty good showing at start, being able to deflect even the freaking flame spirit salamander's breath, like no trouble at all.
Yeah.
It's honestly pretty good.
No diff.
And at the same time, as they're having that little straight up magic battle, Mereoleona and Veto are beating the shit out of each other, just throwing wild punches.
I would have loved to see more of this fight because it's just like
Yeah.
cool.
Honestly,
they're
yeah.
literally just fucking duking it out.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. They brought back Veto and Fauna, but Veto's fight lasts like a chapter that is shared with another elf,
Yeah,
and Fauna's fight never actually ends. It just
Yeah.
yeah. And plus, we don't really
stops.
see too much of it. Like most of it happens off screen, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I would have liked if some of these fights got a bit more time and focus, but I guess like this arc was nearing the end, and we were coming on the
There's
finale.
already been so much fighting.
Hey, since this is like
Honestly, yeah.
since this is like the last of Veto's relevance, did I mention enough how much I fucking hate him?
Why? Why would you say that
Really?
about my
I don't think
boy?
you ever mentioned that.
His
Yeah,
de- his design frustrates me so very much
his new
because they could
design or his old one?
they could just establish that your magic attribute can like change your appearance and like affect like how your body grows and shit. But they never say that. They never present that idea. Veto's just weird and furry and has yellow skin.
And sharp teeth.
Yeah.
I
He
mean,
looks like
the
he looks like
Fuegoleons
Tetsu Tetsu.
have their teethies, and also their eyes are really fuzzy for some reason.
That's just a snaggletooth. Fucking Veto Tetsu has straight up chompas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying
But
to
yeah,
think, is there anyone else that's like that? I mean, Charmy is like a fucking anomaly. Nobody knows
Yeah.
what the fuck's up with
Well,
that.
it's because she's mixed race and that's how it works in Black
Maybe,
Clover,
but like,
literally. No, they
I don't know. I don't know.
I can't I can't remember. Is there anybody else like
with weird
weird like
physical
that?
features.
Can't remember. I
I
don't
don't
think so.
I really don't think
Jack
so.
is a beanpole.
I mean, yeah, but he's reasonably
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just
proportioned
he's just
within
tall
the
and
world.
lanky.
Yes.
Kaiser is like cartoonish.
He is
He's got
cartoonishly
the
looking. Yes. He's
yeah,
got the fucking
fucking
mustache and the weird
fucking
hairdo.
Gelder.
You ever think
Gelder.
Oh God.
He's a weird looking dude.
so? You guys know how I'm a big proponent of Rill.
Yeah.
I like him. I find him fun and enjoyable.
Yeah.
I hate his fucking hair so much.
It's
Me
weird,
too.
yeah.
You gotta have like an enormous deformity underneath that shit for it to be growing in that formation. Because you don't see like really fucking dumbass out there hair in Black Clover that much.
I'm glad he got a haircut after the time skip.
Yeah.
That's not a spoiler. It's literally just a haircut.
We like wait, there was a time skip, Mike? What the fuck? Why would
That
you
was
spoil
set
that?
up. That was set up in the anime.
Just fucking around.
You're fucking with me, I know. But anyway, back to this chapter. I actually really like this chapter, even though the fights in it are pretty short. We have a neat little flashback to Fuego and Merliona duking it out, and then the rest of the chapter is like the formatting is really cool because it like shows the parallels between them in their different fights, showing the similarities and differences. Like on the page are like kind of split down the middle,
Yeah.
following them both, showing their
Yeah, so cool.
similar
Yep. Their fighting styles and like their
thoughts.
fights are framed like side by side and everything. Like they're doing the same moves basically.
Yeah, like the
They do this a lot.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like what they did before with Nozel, but
Yeah.
it's way more like
And they obviously
like
do it with
mirrored.
Asta and Yuno a ton.
Yeah,
Keeps happening.
that's a cool chapter.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
Next
like
chapter,
to see it.
Yeah, next chapter goes into more more of the Noel versus
Fauna.
Fauna. Yeah, and
Yep.
we see Noel accidentally blows off Fauna's entire upper body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh
Yeah, she
well.
Thing.
And she just
Good.
regenerates because
Yeah.
her Phoenix robe is on a whole nother level.
Well,
Except
yeah.
it doesn't
It's be-
regenerate her clothes. So
Oh,
booby
no.
joke.
oh yeah.
Uber relic. I do like the
Fire
line.
nips.
I do like the line of her saying, "I'm sorry, I got tired of dying."
Yeah.
Yeah.
because she
Well,
has died a lot.
and it wasn't like just like her phoenix robe or anything. Like it's not just because she has this spell. It's also like the forbidden magic
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
they explained because
Hmm.
they did the forbidden magic. Now they're able to cast supernatural spells.
From the
Yeah,
other world.
from the other world. Yeah, what's that?
Yeah. Uh,
Anyways,
yeah.
um,
Anyway, we cut back outside, and things are
more.
getting a little
Wait,
crazy.
more. Before that, we get more booby joke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Come on, dude. You
Yeah.
can't forget. We have to mention every instance because we're like that.
You're right. One of Will's monsters rips Mimosa's shirt, and we see some booby. You're
Yeah, dude.
right. The
And
most
then
important.
and then Asta and Mimosa combine into like a Power Ranger
Yeah,
Megazord.
they Megazord together. I
Yes.
do like I do
They
like this a
combine.
lot though.
Yes, they combine.
They
Yep.
use Asta's greatest spell combined.
Yep.
I do like
They
this little
they've
formation of theirs too.
become
It's
one.
when
One
two
would
become
even say
one.
they unionize.
Need
Oh
some
God.
love. Anyway, we cut back outside, and guess who's back on the scene? Returns.
Damn, I
And he
can't believe
brought
it. I thought he was
he
gonna
brought
Every
die.
magic knight in the country who didn't get turned into an elf or die.
yeah,
And
bring
there's some
brings
randos from the
everybody.
tournament that we see, like
Yeah, and
the
Saul.
guy that has like glass eye magic or whatever the fuck, who has like a telescope.
Oh
There's
yeah,
Soul, obviously.
Digit Talus. He's the
Yeah,
Digit
Wizard Knight
Talus,
guy is
yeah,
back.
that dude. I think that's it.
yeah.
Just everyone else is completely random.
I like that. Talks big and stuff, and I feel like if he really did like feel that like, oh, I'm above everybody, I can take care of this all myself, he would have showed up alone. But the fact that he went around gathering up this fuck ton of magic knights shows that like
Yeah.
he's smart enough to know when shit's hitting the fan and they actually need numbers. He can't do everything all by himself, you know?
Yeah.
He needs
Whenever I
grunts to
think
do
that
the
he's
work
too
for him.
cocky, whenever he whenever I start to think like he's a bit too cocky, I think about this. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, and
Yeah.
also like he's literally giving everyone orders, even though he's like a rookie, magic knight and everything.
Well, yeah, but like it's also shown that like Wizard King, Wizard King also needs to lead people. It's showing us that he's still like a big contender beyond just power, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's able to lead people in this way.
Yeah. And the Shadow Palace had like pretty much closed by then, but then Yuno's little pendant from way back in chapter 1 that he's had this whole time starts glowing, and it shoots up a beam of light to the Shadow Palace. And he and Charmy as the tag along accidentally they get sucked
Accidentally.
into the shadow. Yeah, she hangs
Well,
on
I
to.
guess Charmy it's an accident, but for I mean, he
Well,
was
yeah,
trying to do that.
Charmy's an accident. Yuno's on purpose.
Yeah. And then
Uh,
Charmy, because Asta and Mimosa were having a tough time, Charmy just drops right in front of them.
Yeah, and she's like, where am I?" And she sees all of Elf Rill's monsters, and she's just like, "Oh, in hell."
What's up with this?
Funny. And then we move into chapter 194, featuring the best transformation in the series. No
I
holds
mean,
bar.
there
Hands
hasn't
down.
been many to compare to.
That's true.
Come
But
on,
this
dude, you can't forget about Black Asta. Put Black Asta on the
I'm
screen.
not.
Anyways, but so I think so we get this little part where Lyra, who is the elf that is in Rill's body,
Rita.
uh yeah, he's he mentions that he's not able to draw properly, like because
I don't
he
want to draw things that are this warped.
yeah
That's what
he wants
says.
he wants to draw happy things like
Happy tree friends.
happy things, yeah. You know, he wants to draw things that look nice and kind. So it like really shows that it's just not in his nature to be like this like hating and like violent. And like
Mhm.
it just we've seen this over and over again with the elves is that this isn't in their nature to be so hateful. Like
Mm-hmm.
they're going against their own nature. So
Yeah.
something's up with that.
Mm.
Yeah.
And Charmy, ever the helpful little lass tries to help him with some food, but he shoves it away, and Charmy goes like all angry about wasting food like before, and before that was like a surefire way to end the fight in her favor, but now she gets shreked up by him. It's all ogre for her. But then something happens. Her big sheep with like the stitched up scar down the middle pops out, and it's like, "Can I come out now?" And her magic starts going all different. Her grimoire
Holy
changes
shit.
to black, and you turn the page, and she is all tall and buff, and behind her is a giant fucking wolf. And she like physically, it's not just an art style thing like usual. She literally grew. Asta says so.
Yeah, she's like 6 feet fucking tall or something.
Yeah,
Nah.
something like that. I mean, she's just average height or whatever, as opposed to her usual height, which is midget status.
Yeah, her usual height of chibi. And real Lyra recognizes this magic and reveals that Charmy is a hybrid of a human and a dwarf.
What the fuck? There's
Yeah,
dwarves. Holy shit.
yeah,
Yeah, there's
yeah,
like other races other than these
Yeah,
two that we've heard about for
yeah.
150
that would.
chapters.
Yeah, I mean,
So
be real cool if
like
we got to see some of those dwarves, wouldn't it?
this dwarf transformation, it suits her really well. Like it wouldn't suit any other character that like we take more seriously, like I don't know, Luck or Soul or I don't know, Golden Dawn guy. If this was like a transformation for them, I'd have more of a problem of like this kind of like come out of nowhere thing. But we've known for a long time that Charmy's got some like crazy power in her.
She's always been
But
mysterious, as
it's
with
always
all the
been like
black bulls.
in a jokey way.
Yeah.
But like, and especially because she's as confused by this revelation as everybody else. She had no idea either. It just works.
I love how she just has her like fucking eyes popping out of her head, like what the fuck?
Yeah.
What happened here?
Plus, this isn't a hugely important battle in the terms of like all the battles going on in the Shadow Palace. So
Yeah.
it's not like a Deus Ex Machina kills the main villain or anything. You
Yeah.
know, and
I feel
it
like it's
turns
mainly just set up for like future things.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably stuff future things, and it's quick setup for like how Elf Real Lyra says that a race hybrid can sometimes have two magic
Two magical attributes.
Attributes.
yeah, because we get that with
Ooh.
Yuno's reincarnation,
Yeah.
and it turns out her other magic is food magic, which
As
lets
it should be.
yeah, very fitting.
It should her regular magic should have been food magic, to be quite honest.
Well, this is a suitably overpowered ability
It
for this
is
11th hour transformation, letting her consume magic and empower herself with it, and she just goes on a rampage, beating the shit out of Rill.
I'm sure
It's
if
pretty
she like
great.
actually trained this ability, she could get like some really
Mm.
crazy shit going on. Cause like at this point, like she doesn't know what she's doing. She just all of a sudden has all this mana, so she's just like, might as well just fucking punch him with it.
Yeah, it's
Because she
pretty
doesn't know what
dang
else to
cool.
do with it.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, guys.
What?
Guys, I just realized. You know Charmy?
Oh yes,
No.
we've been talking about her.
We'll make to introduce you, she's like this character from Black Clover. She's like a funny little small girl, but she's
I,
actually older than the cast and she really
I,
likes
don't,
food.
I don't believe you. That doesn't sound real.
Go on.
Yeah, it's pretty preposterous. But
Yeah.
she starts out with like cotton magic,
Yeah.
but then she gets this magic where she has like a giant wolf companion, and it's like
Yeah.
maybe
Bring it
she's
home.
like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
You did it. You brought it home.
What?
I'm so proud.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a bit outlandish for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get it. You're gonna have to spell it out for me.
Yeah. Explain this to me like I was stupid.
So you guys know how that's like for real a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the idea and shit.
Yeah.
I'm,
Mhm.
I'm, I may be remembering wrong, but I'm pretty sure I had that like oh moment at some point, and I pointed out to Dylan, and he was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like for
Well,
real?"
well, I had never thought of it, and like when you brought it up, I was like,
Yeah.
"What?"
Unless
I
unless
just
you
was
say
so
it out loud,
shocked.
you may not click.
I couldn't
I
believe that I didn't get
I
it.
brainulated so epically, just like when I pointed out that the Leaf Ninjas wear green because they're from the fucking Leaf Village.
Do they wear green?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know.
except for Naruto apparently, because
Dylan
he's
was shook when I
super
told him that.
ninja,
Except for Sakura, she wears red, pink,
pink,
red.
pinkish red and stuff. It's like red, I
Uh,
guess. I don't know.
Joji wears blue.
Choji actually wears green.
Joji wears nothing. He
Or
goes
he
Yeah,
around
the
should,
with a
clothes
or
are
he
Jojo
does in
mask.
your mind, Mike.
Yeah.
Every time you
And-
see him, you're just constantly undressing him.
I can't help myself.
That's like how I am with
Um,
Seke.
so,
Oh yeah.
so what happens after
Oh yeah. We cut back to
after
Noel. Well, Charmy takes over the fight against Rill, so Austin and Mimosa leave, and then we cut to Noelle fighting Fauna, and she's like, "Man, I wish Asta was here." And then Fauna gets sliced, and Noelle looks around. She looks back, and he's like Asta,
and it's
but it's,
fucking Captain Jack.
yeah, it's Jack, and she's like, "Why? Why is it you?" And he's like, "Will we have a fucking problem?"
You got a problem with me, you fucking silver cunt?
Oh fuck. After that, Asta and Mimosa find one of the Golden Dawn elf dudes, David Swallow, unconscious.
It's pretty sus, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and Mimosa notices there are faint traces of magic that doesn't belong to humans or elves. What the heck? And then we cut away to Yuno. He's made it to the topmost chamber where Lick or wait, is that Lick? No, that's Patri. They look the same.
That's the
Don't
point.
at me. Yeah. Patri, Raya, and the most important best character who we all have grown to love, Rone, are waiting.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
It's Rone.
Yeah, it's Rone.
One thing I don't get
Macaroni.
is where the fuck did Rone come from? Like everyone else, every other reincarnated elf is like reincarnated as like, you know, a magic knight or someone that we know, and
Yeah.
he's just the
Well,
one
He's
person.
just Jeff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This reveal coming up would have been cooler if we actually
Yeah.
knew who Rone was before
Dude,
writing
when-
this fucking now.
When I first watched it, I was so frustrated that
I was like, who the
that
fuck?
this no name was like the secret fucking devil guy.
What?
Hmm.
Like,
I mean,
it absolutely should have been anyone fucking else.
no, it totally makes sense that it's this one character that like you can't like you don't know his origins. That makes like that's
I mean, it
Well, we
makes
don't-
perfectly
sense,
makes
but
sense.
the devil could have been like impersonating someone or whatever.
Yeah, we don't need to know his origins because he was possessing Golden Dawn guy David just before this and switched over to
What?
Rone.
Was he?
Yeah,
Wait, what?
yeah.
I don't-
That's why David Swallow was passed out right then and there because
I guess
the
that
devil
makes sense.
jumped ship into Rone.
I guess I never thought of it. What I thought happened was that David actually knew all along, and so he went to go confront Rone, and then he got the shit beat out of him, and then that's why he was unconscious.
No, because it had to be Rone because Rone was an apostle of Sephira. They needed him to open the Shadow Palace. That's why.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought it was Rone all along. It
Yeah,
even
that's
it
why-
was Rone like in the time in the back in the olden
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, Rone definitely was a person. He wasn't just a random guy. He wasn't just like somebody that Zagrid made up as like a skin suit.
Yeah.
Like he needed actual Rone to open the Shadow Palace with the other apostles. So he was chilling the devil was chilling inside of David, and then jumped ship once they were in the Shadow Palace
What I
into
don't get
Rone's,
is why would he be in David in the first place? Why?
so he could have a body and
Why wouldn't he
go
just be in Rone's body from the start,
because he
like he
needed
was?
Rone to open the Shadow Palace because he's an apostle like the others.
Oh, I guess that makes sense because he wouldn't be able to do it himself while in Rone's
Yeah,
body. Okay.
yeah,
I
yeah,
Okay, I get that it all adds up and shit. It would have been way better if we like met Rone
yeah,
before he was possessed.
absolutely.
Yeah, like it's just
Or at
weird
least
that
make
this very important character is like not
Yeah.
yeah.
important.
And apparently his magic is like switching magic because he was able to steal Yuno's magic stone with it.
It's like
Um,
Sasuke.
did Sasuke have like switching powers?
Later on, yeah.
That's dumb. Why
What?
doesn't he? Why doesn't he just shoot a fireball?
He does.
God, if we ever get to Naruto, I mean, I love Naruto, but I hate the power system so much.
That'll be fun. Riot after Rone's got the stone, Rai approaches and he's like, "Good one, Rone. I never could beat you at tag." And Rone like says like, "Now we can make things right," but Rai is like, "I can tell when people are lying. Why are you fucking lying right now? Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Also, who are you?" Uh,
And then Rone stabs him, and Raya
yeah,
falls to the ground dramatically, and he says, "Oh my God, stop fucking lying!"
lion. Yeah, Rone grows a creepy pasta mouth and blows a hole in Raya's torso.
Yeah, fucking Rone just gives Raya a vibe check.
He goes like
Yeah.
as he smiles.
Raya's just like, "Damn, you sus," and then Rone is like, "Damn, you're about to get vibed."
Yeah, he tosses Raya out of the airlock because he was too sus. And then text pops up that's like Raya was not the imposter.
It was actually Rone all along. Holy shit.
This whole Shadow Palace sequence is pretty much just Among Us.
It is actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then next chapter we get a cool little like opening scene that explains to us Raya's epithet. I forget which one is which.
The
Epithet is-
disloyal.
Yeah, like Veto and Fauna, like hateful and despair. You kind of get it because it kept going on about hate and despair. But Raya the disloyal, like
It's never really made
it's kind of
sense.
vague.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been vague until now, and we learned that it's because like he knew that something was weird about what happened 500 years ago with the humans. Like he knew that Lumiere didn't betray them, but once he was reincarnated, he just didn't say anything because he didn't want to mess with everybody else's thirst for revenge, and he also just wanted to see licked again, and that's his disloyalty.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about it, I wanted to talk about something I had forgotten to talk about until now, and it's that like Fauna's arc and Veto's arc, the main themes of it have been like the like ideals that they oppose shining through in the main cast. Veto's despair doesn't win out because that whole arc, nobody ever stoops to being despaired over what he's doing, and
They
they all
never give
stand
up.
against him.
Yeah.
And in the Witch's Forest arc, love is really just kind of what saves the day, and compared to Fauna the Hateful, Mars's love for Fauna is what helps break the reincarnation. Vanessa's love
The Black
for
Bulls.
Black Bulls awakens Rouge. we got the Witch Queen's twisted love, and we even have like Fonzel and Domina, or like fiancés.
Well, that's a little dumb.
You're
I
dumb.
mean, yeah, I would just leave it at everything else.
Uh,
But
Why,
anyways, yeah, we
why,
have
why don't you
Raya here.
why don't you shut your nips and let let me go on
Yeah,
about this?
go
Well,
on.
dude, if he shuts them, they'll get too full and they'll pop.
That's
Wait, what?
they'll grow like balloons.
They'll be filled with
I'm
rotten milk, and when he opens them the next time, it'll seep out.
I don't
Rot,
understand.
rotten milk.
Is this an
Um,
inside
but
joke?
No,
no,
we're talking. Mike said, "Seal your tits."
Oh,
I'm
I
talking
thought
about
he
the
said
hypothetical
lips. I
thing.
was like, what?
No.
What the fuck?
I said shut your nips.
Oh, I thought you said lips. I was so confused. I was like, what the fuck? Anyways,
Anyway, Raya's like disloyalty kind of shown through in the beginning when he was fighting because everybody's allegiance changed because they got elf reincarnated. But now we're getting to see the real reason behind his disloyalty epithet, and it's pretty interesting. And Rone, he's talking about how he's the one that messed with things 500 years ago to create a grimoire of despair. He puts in the final magic stone that he used. He took from Yuno into the final little thing, and a little black coffin comes out, and his little black soul goes into it, and Patri sees his true form. It's the devil.
holy shit.
Dun, dun,
I
dun.
can't believe it.
He looks like a moldy testicle.
When I first went through this story, I was very confused about the wording. I kept insisting he was just called the devil, but it turns out there's other devils and shit. So
It
Yeah,
wasn't
they
explained at this point, no.
yeah, I know.
yeah. It should like they it's he's not the devil, he's just
Yeah.
a devil.
Yep.
And to make
It's
things
just a weird translation.
and to
Yeah,
make
I know.
things easier for the conversation, we're gonna use the name for him that was since revealed in the manga. Not a huge spoiler
Yeah, it's not
because
really a spoiler. It's just his name.
he's yeah,
Doesn't it?
Zagred.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I would pronounce it Zagred.
That was well, you may have a point because I thought it was Langris and it turns out it's Longris, so it may be Zagred.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe it is Zig. Or, no, wait, they haven't actually said it in the anime yet.
I don't think
Anyway,
so.
this guy comes out. He looks like Ryuk from Death Note's creepy uncle,
He does, yeah.
and he's like, "Fuck you guys," and gonna destroy he's gonna destroy everything because he's a fucking asshole. And I'm bagging on his design, but it's legit creepy, and he's legit
Oh yeah.
creepy.
Dude, it's so creepy but so aesthetic how there's like no border to his eyes and it just grows out into creepy fucking vein structures.
Oh yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's
Mhm.
fucking creepy. And I love how like he's always got like little wisps of darkness coming off of him.
It's like Asta. What's up with that? Damn.
Oh, what? And yeah, he starts fighting Yuno and Patri, but he reveals his word soul magic,
Yeah,
which is crazy overpowered,
he can just say something and it happens.
pretty much. But as we see later, like there are some limits because he can't literally just say die and you die.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. True. I mean, I think he has to like be able to visualize it happening. I think that's kind of what it is, and like you, there has to be like some sort of substance to like what causes it. You can't. Yeah. I mean, I'm
Uh,
sure maybe he could just say heart attack, but I don't know.
That'd be funny. If he just starts
What
like,
if he says heart attack and then he has a heart attack?
oh yeah, heart attack.
Dude,
Ah!
that's just like how the imagination guy in Bleach fucking died.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Remy the Gremlin.
Remy boy.
That'd be funny. Asta shows up with Mimosa, and Mimosa's having like, what the fuck is like? She's like having a normal reaction of like a normal anime reaction of like, what is that thing? Sweat drop. And Asta's having the real reaction of like, what the fuck? What is that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Asta's just the normal. Like, imagine you fucking, you're just,
Yeah.
you know,
If you
hanging
see
out.
that,
Yeah, you're gonna literally lose your shit. Like,
yeah,
what the fuck?
if you see that thing, you're not gonna be like, what
You're
is
like,
that thing? You're
oh,
gonna be
I've
like,
heard
oh
tales
my
of this.
yeah, you're gonna be like, what the hell? What the fuck? What am I looking at?
Hell, you might even pass out.
Yeah, honestly, you'd probably just like pass out. Anyway, he uses word soul magic to impale Patri, and also summons Storm of Blades. Oh, and he's fighting. It's all good stuff. And he starts telling Patri about how he was the one pulling the strings all along. He was pulling Patri's strings and tricked Patri into doing something that Licht wouldn't actually want. So Patri was doing pretty much this was all for naught, and Licht would probably hate it if he was actually awake. And all of this finally pays off the stuff we saw with Digitalis and Luck going all weird, getting those weird spots on them. And Patri, he becomes a dark elf.
In other words, he's
Ooh.
Black Pottery.
Yeah.
My god, he literally is though.
He's Black Pottery. And
Black
then,
Asta versus Black Patri.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Valtos and Rades are also kind of like watching from a weird hole in the ground, but they don't actually do anything, so who cares?
Hmm.
And because Patri went all dark elf, his 4-leaf grimoire becomes a 5-leaf, which completes Zagrid's coming out.
Yeah.
He's able
I'm
to
proud of him.
fully man. Yeah, he's gay now. He fully manifests in this world. And Dark Elf Patri just starts rampaging while Zagrid goes and takes his leave and leaves him to finish off Asta and Yuno.
And Pottery's light magic is now black. It's pretty cool.
Black light magic,
Yeah, black
yeah.
demon light magic. Black light, I don't even know.
which is the same except apparently better.
It's just black and apparently stronger, even though black would be like slow because it's darkness, and it doesn't make any sense.
Don't worry about it.
It's not darkness; it's dark light, which is different.
It's not dark light.
Dark
it's
light is
demon
slow.
It's demon light.
And but it's dark. But it's still light because once Nozel shows up, he uses Mercury magic to create like a flat mirror surface and do like a bounce back, like Ghosh had done all those years
Yes.
ago.
It's
Not
it's
years.
it's
in
like
chapters.
fucking light magic is so overpowered in this world because, well, obviously, like it's just faster than everything, and like he Patri is always able to like overpower everyone except in the cases where literally the only people who like actually have like a really good like magic like matchup against him are like Yami and Ghosh and Nozel, and those are the people he always faces, and like they
Yeah.
end up beating the shit out of him. It's great.
Yeah, all of his.
Right?
He doesn't have a lot of counters, but all of his counters are hard counters.
Yeah.
Nozel is able to use his super cool Mercury magic because we like him now, and he does the Silver Star of Execution, and that makes him better. That he messes up and defeats Dark Elf Patri, And at the end of this chapter, he he looks to Yuno and Asta, and he declares to them that he's going to be the one to be the Wizard King, which kind of like it completes his character development because he's doing what Fuegoleon had done right off the bat and declares that Yuno and Asta are his rivals as
Yeah.
well. He sees their worth and he sees that they can in fact surpass them even though he's royalty.
Yeah.
That's a nice little thing.
He sees them as like a
Yeah.
rival and equal in some ways.
Yep. And it's not like it's a nice little cap to his development that isn't like messed with by any like past of him saying that they killed his mother.
Yep.
His
Yep.
yeah.
Totally. Not at all.
Yeah.
So anyways, right into the next chapter, we get Mimosa notices that Raya's like literally on the floor, like bleeding out, and
Dying,
she's
yeah.
like, "Yeah, I should probably heal this guy." Meanwhile, she was like standing there for like 3 chapters
While
while
Yeah.
he's just laying there bleeding out, and then all of a
Oh,
sudden
no,
she's just like, "Oh yeah, I guess I should heal this dude."
I probably should do something. And we finally get like a little panel showing that she looks just like Tetsuya because Raya sees the resemblance.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't need a reason to save someone who's dying because Mimosa's a good character.
Yeah.
You can
Exactly.
guess what she's gonna do.
That's a pretty
She's
good
not gonna bribe
sentiment.
ya.
Would have been cool if she did it right away.
Honestly, yeah.
She's just like, "Oh yeah, shit."
Sorry, I should have gotten to that sooner, but that was pretty epic. You gotta admit, right? Guy?
I was so into watching that fight that I just completely forgot that you were dying.
Might be. Yeah, I'll take that L, and I will grow from it.
Anyways,
Yeah.
so they're
Nozel-
like, Nozel wants to fucking kill Patri.
But Yuno says, "Wait, that's Body's Captain Vengeance's," and Asta's just more like, "Hold on, let me get at this sword. Let me try something." And Asta tries to defeat the
Undo.
reincarnation like normal, but something goes all weird, and he ends up entering Patri's memories or his soul or
Yeah, somehow
So
he
it's
ends
kind
up.
of blurry and weird and messed up and not explained, but it's not so much that he enters his memories at first as much as the memories like flood into him because the sword is like trying to dispel the reincarnation but can't because it's complete right now.
Well, that's
Uh,
not what it's actually doing. Is it's dispelling the dark magic, the dark elf transformation.
Right, yes.
right.
Yeah.
It's like it's weird and unexplained, and it really just feels like something that could kind of like catch up Asta on stuff that info that he's missed out so far, namely that Patrick killed the Wizard King.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has to learn about it.
He's got to know for this big speech he's gonna make.
Yeah.
And he finds Patri looking like regular Patri, just kind of sulking to himself.
He's a little boy.
He's a little boy. He's having a little freak out, and Asta shows up, ready to just kind of like kick him in the pants and say, like, I know you're feeling like shit, but if you just sit here and sulk and do nothing, that's not helping everybody. Stop giving up and actually do something.
Yeah,
asshole.
he's saying
you
you've
killed the Wizard King.
you've caused all
So-
this mayhem. You don't have any right to, give up.
Yeah,
You have to deal with the
You got-
consequences
you got shit
of your
to do.
actions. Yeah.
So-
Because, earlier we got that little bit with Elfgosh, whose name is Droa. We got him he told Asta, you have to remember that your actions have consequences, and here Asta is, taking that and repeating it back to Patri.
Yeah.
Um,
So you did something you can't fix. That doesn't mean you can just lose all hope and give up. Even
a
if
weird
Yeah.
sidetrack. Elf
As
Ghost
usual.
didn't almost turn into a dark elf, right?
No,
nah,
Okay, because
because he
that would have been
like, yeah, he did the opposite.
yeah. would have been like vaguely neat, maybe on like a reference level, because he's called Drowa, and Drow is another like name for dark elves,
Eh,
other lore and shit.
Is it though?
It's
it
in
is in
D&D.
Dungeons and Dragons, yeah.
Yeah, I know it is in Dungeons and Dragons, but
I don't know. I feel like I've heard it somewhere else. Maybe I'm wrong. Doesn't matter.
Uh, I like this quote from Asta. Maybe you weren't chosen. Maybe they didn't want this. Maybe they won't forgive you. Even so, even if you look pathetic, you do everything you can all the way to the end. He's telling Padre, even if you fucked up literally everything and killed the Wizard King, like now that you're at this point, you can make a change and you can actually start helping, which you gotta do because fuck you, I'm gonna make you.
Yeah. I'll do the fucking Clover fucking body drop on you or whatever I did on Rades, Asta said.
Tombstone Clover Driver.
Clover driver.
It's fucking stupid. Yeah. And he's able to kind of break the dark elf transformation, but he's
But
still got like one
but he's
black
got
eye.
a black eye.
Yeah.
This is a callback to when they first met. Asta said he was gonna give him a black eye.
Oh, did he?
No.
Oh, you tricked me. I believed you. You deceived me.
I feel like that's like an anime gag that happens a lot. Is
What?
like a character gets like a black eye or a fucked up face from like a quick easy fight, but that never happened at all in Black Clover.
Anyway, we catch up to Zagred about to leave, but Real Licht is blocking his path. Still kind of like half asleep, I guess. Still carrying the Demon Dweller sword. And they start fighting, all that good shit. And but two more people join the fray. It's Charla, Elf Charlotte, and Yami.
holy
They've
shit.
shown up. Take on Zagred. And it's a pretty cool fight. I like it.
Yeah, they actually team up because at this point now, it's been revealed that, they have a common enemy in the form of Zagred.
Mm-hmm. It's nice.
Mm.
We see that Yami's Dark Cloak Dimension / Dark Magic is able to affect him.
Well,
But
we've seen already, it's been mentioned already that dark magic is able to affect the other world, right?
not
Has
yet.
Well, when would that have ever come up?
Um,
Zagred's the first thing from the other world.
Yeah, Zagred says so at the end after Equinox.
oh yeah, you're right. That is the first
Yeah.
mention because I remembered it happening somewhat recently during my
Yeah.
read through, but no, that's just because I rewatched that scene all the time.
Yeah, it's an awesome scene.
Yeah.
We'll get to that soon. First, we got to see the end of the chapter. Nero speaks.
What?
What the fuck?
She's
What
like,
the fuck?
she's like, take me
What?
to the demon's bones.
Take
It's so
me
cool.
to your leader. Yeah.
Funeral
In
is
the
just
dub, she sounds like
waking up by fucking
Waking-
Nero pecking on his head.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I bite Nero. Kill. And yeah, Nero's talking.
in the dub she
I was-
sounds like Suyu from MHA, so
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I
sounds
think
really annoying.
yeah,
And I hate it.
Same actor.
Yeah,
yeah, I like it.
same voice.
She sounds like a robot or whatever,
Robot.
or like
Well,
in
all
anime, like sometimes they have like this like alien voice that they do, and it sounds like that.
it makes sense. All birds are robot. They're government spy drones.
Actually, I learned this recently. All birds are bastards.
Oh.
ABAB.
Yeah, that's true. We can't forget about
Anyway.
that.
Anyway, we're cut next chapter we cut back to the battle. Zagred uses word soul magic to summon a bunch of crazy critters, crazy little worm things from the
The other
underworld.
world, yeah.
Yes. And it's They're pretty dang creepy. I like them.
Yeah, and if you touch this stuff, it devours your magic and your life force.
Turns you into a mummy.
And Asta touches it and he's fine, signifying that he has no life force either.
That's true. Asta's been a zombie this whole time. Thanks, Radies.
It's
Yeah, so
really weird to think about, though.
when Sigrid summons this stuff, wait, why can I hear myself?
What?
Oh, I was able to hear myself for a second. That was weird. Anyways, so Sigrid, he summons this stuff. He he uses the grimoire that he just acquired from Pottery, and he like casts this spell, and it's like in like demon language or something, like, or devil language, like it's like this weird like
It's
script.
like that.
Yeah. And it's actually people have like actually like analyzed this and like discovered that these are the same characters that are in Asta's grimoire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they are.
That's pretty awesome.
Yep. Because it's just like completely undecipherable, but they are the same characters and character set and everything. So it's pretty cool.
Good on those people who check that out. I like that.
Yes, it's very interesting. But yeah, this shit is really creepy. Holy shit.
Yeah, it starts flooding the whole place, and like almost nobody can like actually affect it. Only like people like Asta, Yami, uh,
I think
Patri
can
later.
also, yeah.
Can I? Can I?
I think that's because of his spirit magic,
Wasn't he,
right?
like, scraping it away with the Zephyr sword that he got?
Yeah.
That's later.
Well,
He
it's
doesn't get the
yeah.
spirit of Zephyr until a bit
It's
later.
crazy stuff though.
Yeah.
It's
Nozel and
not everybody can deal with this stuff. It's like literally otherworldly.
It reminded me of this is gonna sound really stupid if you guys don't like get it. It reminded me of like sea anemones because it was
Oh,
like
yeah.
Yeah.
wiggly and clumped together.
yeah, it looks
I
like
was
that.
thinking like it reminded me of something, but I couldn't like place it.
Mm.
It's really fucking gross.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, since Asta can like can take care of it too, and like Patri and can too. Nozel sends them off to take down Zaygred while he and Mimosa take Raya, and they're gonna go find everybody else. And then we cut back to the demon bones. Finral teleported him and Nero there. Finral puts the magic stones into the statue of the first Wizard King. But oh my god, it's not a statue. It's the actual
real
first
guy.
Wizard King. And Nero turns into a hot goth girl.
Dude,
Yes.
I was pretty shook at this revelation the first time around because I had been crafting all kinds of crackpot theories about what Nero actually was. Because, like, why is this fucking dumbass bird? What's this bird got to do with the magic stones? I thought she was like maybe Julius's familiar at first, but then that kind of didn't add up eventually because
Did you
Julius
get
didn't seem to be fully aware of what was going on with the Black Bulls and shit.
did you theorize that it was small titty goth GF?
No, of course not. But I was close. I was closer than I should have been, really. She's tangentially related to the Wizard King, just
Yeah.
not Julius.
Yeah. It's a very, very, very cool. It's a very cool reveal. And Lumiere like coming back to life for the battle and joining the fight, it gives me big Naruto vibes. I know they like to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, quite a bit, yes.
And
But
he
yeah,
uses light
Ne-
magic too.
oh, he does use light magic, so that's like
Just like our
proof
favorite
that
character, King August.
yeah, King August.
This and
It's
Nero
actually
uses
pretty cool that
Yeah, it is.
well, I mean with Patri, because he actually has light magic.
Yeah, he says
Uh
at one point in an earlier part of the story, "What a coincidence that I was born with light magic or something.
it's act
What a tragic coincidence."
So what's up with that is, Patri, he idolized Licht for so long, and so when he was reincarnated, for whatever reason he was reincarnated to look like Licht, And
I had
so,
a I had
yeah,
a question about that. I don't think they say exactly why he was reincarnated to look like Licht. I think it was like maybe to like push his psyche towards what Sigrid wanted him to do. But I also thought that like maybe by being in Licht's body, that would guarantee that Patri would have a four-leaf grimoire, which Zagrid
it's
needed.
possible.
Um, William doesn't have a four leaf, does
No,
he?
he has a
Yeah.
3-leaf.
All right.
Yeah, so it is a little weird, but it's again when he's reincarnated, he's in like a body that appears to be Licht, he looks like Licht, and then he has the magic of Lumiere. So it's like he's like a combination of them almost, which is pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Pretty neat.
He's like the next generation
Yeah.
Yeah.
alongside Asta and Yuno.
So
which
we
is
can,
which is why they have like it's those three going off to face Zagred, and I think it's chapter 200. They have a really nice colored cover page
Yeah,
of like a possible like what could have been of like young Yuno and young Asta reading a book in the fields with young Patri, and
yeah.
it's really
And
cute.
it's actually cool because Hodge Village is actually where the elves
Yeah.
were in the
Yeah,
past. Yeah.
exactly. It's really nice. It's very lovely.
you guys know how Lumiere is all cool and junk?
Hmm.
I remember when I first watched it through, Dylan was very frustrated that his last name was Silva Million and that his descendants are the Silva clan and the Vermilion clan.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he's Lumiere Silvamillion Kira Clover or
Clover.
whatever.
I don't think there's a
Oh no,
Kira
there
in there.
yeah, then where the fuck did Kira come from? That's the thing.
I
It's
guess it's like a marriage and thing.
Maybe there was
maybe.
only two royal families back then.
Yeah. Well, there was
Yeah, but
just one because it's Silva Million.
I
I don't know, it's
well, I'm
weird.
saying two as Silva Million and Kira, hypothetically. Not that it like matters or whatever.
Would you have preferred Silva Kira Million?
I don't know.
And before we get into the flashback, we also see Nero has sealing magic, which it's a pretty cool
It's
thing. All the
another
stuff
unique
they've done
kind
with
of
it.
magic, yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and they go into how it's unique and like all the possibilities with it in this flashback. Ooh, flashback
Oh
segment.
woo.
Ho ho.
And we finally get the full truth of what happened.
Exactly. Nero, once upon a time, was a servant to the first Wizard King named Seker or Sekre. I don't know. They say
Sucker.
it differently. They say it differently in different versions. The Japanese, it sounds like Sekre. Dub sounds like Seker. So I'm just going to call her Nero.
I
Servant
mean,
to the
it's
first.
not like anyone in the fucking story other than Lumiere ends up calling her
Yeah.
Sekiro anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with her name is Secker Swallowtail though? What's with
Hmm.
that? It's like it was fated to be that she would become a
Yes.
bird.
Yes. Yeah, and she helped Lumiere build magic items and stuff and studied her magic to help do it because he wanted to help mend the world's classism, just like Julius wants and just like Asta wants to. And it's real nice, and they you see from her perspective him becoming friends with Licht and the others, and it's all nice. His sister's gonna marry Licht, cool. But then Sigrid gets involved. He tricks all the other royals into attacking the elves using the special magic item that had Lumiere and Sekret or Seker Nero whatever had built. Massacres all the elves, and they get there too late. Uh, Everybody's dead, but and Licht's his grimoire is becoming a 5-leaf, which is gonna let Sigrid enter the real world. But at the last second, Licht is able to regain control of himself, avoid going Dark Elf, and instead of letting Sigrid have his way, he casts super forbidden magic to turn himself into the demon that we saw in the first chapter, which
Yeah,
is a really cool reveal.
epic.
Yeah, it
I
turns
love
out
it.
the demon was licked all along.
That's pretty dang cool. while Lumiere and Licht as a demon, they start fighting in the battle that we kept being told about beforehand. And it's all cool. At the same time, Nero's being the cool and grabs all the magic stones and seals away Zigrid forever using them.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, definitely forever. He'll never come back. Gain some horns for trouble, but hey, who cares? And since he's
Got
realizing
in the process.
Yeah. Since he realizes this is going south, Sigurd sets up some reincarnation magic on the elves, and so he can try this plan again. Lumiere is able to kill Demon Licht and save the Clover Kingdom, but oh no, he's injured badly and dying. But in order to protect the future, Nero's gonna use the magic stones again to seal him as a statue until the fight continues in the future. And that's how she wound up as an anti-bird. Reality just kind of snapped back at her and said, "No more magic for you for a while. You're a bird now."
Yeah, well, I mean, she like had to pay the price for like literally using forbidden magic, which like you shouldn't be able to do as a human, or
Yeah.
it's extremely difficult. And so she was fucking sealed into the form of a bird. Because her magic is naturally sealing magic, so it makes sense that she would be sealed in some way.
Yes.
We actually see a lot of cool like uses of her sealing magic, because like back in the flashback, you know, she had sealing magic at first, and you know it.
They could only
Everyone,
open and close doors.
yeah, everyone thought
like
that
that.
it was like the shittiest magic type, but you know, working together with Lumiere to train and like research it, she was able to use it
Dog's
in
pretty
more
shit.
unique, you know, strange ways that are very cool.
She can seal magic energy into magic items, like that one that was used to kill the elves. Oh no. She can open doors as big as like the Shadow Palace door. She can seal injuries. So she's like a
Yeah,
healer.
she can heal people by sealing their injuries away. That's
Well, it's
fucking
more
cool.
like she seals away the pain, but it like comes back later. Or
Yeah,
can
I'd
she
imagine
actually
like
heal people?
it does come back, but it's like a temporary fix.
Yeah.
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 And that's how that flashback goes. And they bust into the Shadow Palace to take on Zegret alongside everybody. And now that they're here, I'm gonna point out that like a lot of people in this big final battle either use swords or make swords with their magic. There's a lot of swords going around in this battle.
Mike,
Swords are the most OP.
please don't be like it's dumb because there's too many swords.
I'm not saying that. I'm just pointing out there are very many swords.
They all use swords. I
They all
mean,
use swords.
I've very nearly gotten to a very intense nerd fight recently about some motherfuckers being like, "There's too many swords," and I knew I was gonna get angry if I engaged and wasted my fucking time being like, "Swords are fucking awesome, and they're fucking cross cultural. That's why there's so many, and
Yeah.
they're efficient and shit." I would have had the biggest nerd fight I had in a while over it.
Nice.
well, if you're being real, swords aren't efficient. They're actually not that great as military weapons. Did you
It's
know?
not like fucking guns exist in
I'm,
Black
I'm
Clover, bitch.
no, I'm.
This isn't Gun Clover.
It's true. Yeah. So,
The
uh,
fight continues.
the
Nero unseals the half asleep Licht, and we have a really touching Lumiere reunion between him and Lumiere. We get a real touching scene with Licht comforting Patri. I'm glad that Licht acknowledges Patri's still fucked up before he comforts him.
Yeah.
And then the final battle gets underway. Yeah. I like that at one point, Asta in his black form gets saved by Lumiere, and because Black Form hones in on powerful magic, he accidentally fucking back slams Lumiere with the brunt of his big sword, and he's like, "Oh fuck, sorry."
he
Didn't mean to
he
do
gets
that.
all the magic knocked out of him. He's like he like gets his like wind knocked out of him like but it's magic.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
this,
much.
it's great.
It makes sense, but it's also fucking
It's like,
hysterical. I
oh
love
damn,
it.
I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
No, I'm starting to regret saving you.
Ow, regret. But yeah, I love that this big battle isn't just limited down to like one person, like a lot of shonen boss fights go.
Yeah, they
This
all
is
have
like
to team up.
This is a team effort.
this is like 8-on-1. It's
Yeah.
Asta, Yuno, Patri, Nero, Lumiere, Licht, Charla, Yami. That's 8 people
Mike.
against just one.
Mike,
What?
this is the team effort that Dylan promised us when we were reading the final arc of Bleach at the same time.
Oh yeah.
The fucking team up that we
Got
were
it.
promised and didn't get.
Yeah.
Hey, there was some team effort in there.
Eh.
There was.
But this is like a true
Yes,
big
it's
team on one battle. And
yeah.
I love it.
They're all working together.
Like I forgot that ultimate magic was dropped
Oh yeah,
here.
it's the first time we ever see it used.
Ultimate magic, sword of conquering aeons, and we think it kills Zagrid, but it doesn't. He's able to spawn a mouth on his heart, and that revives. He's able to revive himself, and he spawns more mouths. So many mouths. Too many mouths.
You'd think
And,
that would make him more powerful because he could just say more shit for his word soul magic to do, but he literally doesn't end up doing that.
Yeah, he really just
Ends up
uses
being a
them to
whiny
talk
baby.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just uses them to talk extra shit.
I mean, I guess theoretically the fight would have maybe dragged too much if
If he was doing
did
too
like
much.
use it efficiently.
Yeah. Too much going on.
Yeah.
The fight goes on. We see use wind spirit creation magic, spirit of Zephyr.
Zephyr.
Is a sword.
It's a sword.
Zephyr.
It's a sword made of wind and spirit magic and everything.
Yeah.
It's like
and at the
ultra
same-
condensed.
And at the same time, Asta's able to condense and control his anti magic enough to make the Black Divider,
Which is the Demon
Ooh,
Slayer
his
sword,
sword,
but bigger. Yeah.
Yes.
So I might be remembering this wrong, but I feel like the anime made like more of a spectacle about it, and it was like, I'm diving deeper into this devil's power, and like more of his hair got black and the horn got bigger or something. But maybe
I
I'm
think the
just
manga did that.
This did happen in the manga, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I guess it just happened. Like
It happened very like
significantly faster.
it happened like in between like it was a little bit at a time, like in between
Yeah.
all like the different things that are happening in the fight, because it's a very fast paced fight. A lot of shit's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a
because
lot of
there
shit
are
going on.
like like we said 8 people, so
Yeah.
8 people on one devil.
yeah.
It's pretty dank. Ooh.
Pretty
And
dank.
Lumiere and Licht kind of like exit the fight for a bit because they're using combo light magic to save everybody from the weird demon semen enemy.
I really thought you were just gonna say demon semen.
Human semen. Yeah.
Word semen magic.
Jeez.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on to the final blow of this battle.
Yeah, so
Starts with,
so as basically when Asta and they get their new swords, they combine together to create an ultimate attack where they strike at Zagrid. But yeah.
First.
Well, this isn't the
Yami and
final. No, this isn't the final attack. I'm talking about everything leading up to it, because they do manage to hit him, but Asta isn't able to like cut his core, so he just fucking regenerates, yeah, because he just does that. But what happens after that?
He starts getting he starts getting hurty, and Nero seals his wounds and thinks about how she's watched him growing up because she's like his mom, I guess.
Yeah.
I believe it. I like
No, I
Yami
believe
Nero.
because she's been there the whole time. She's watched Asta go through everything.
Yeah, and
And
she's like, I thought I was using you, but now I'm rooting for you. And she like reminds him, aren't you gonna be the fucking Wizard King? Go get
yeah.
him, champ.
And Yami, like he uses
Yeah, from,
monozone and like
yeah, from down below. Well, with the help of Charlotte,
yeah,
she like adds momentum to his strike, and he uses monozone dimension slash equinox, which
yeah.
is looks fucking awesome. I love how it's drawn in the manga, just like a black line through all each panels leading up to slashing Zagrid down the middle. It's
Yeah, it's
fucking
great.
cool.
Yeah, and we learned that, dark magic can affect the other world. It's like
Yeah,
the only magic that can do it because it's like from it or whatever. I don't know. We'll
something,
learn more
whatever.
about that later. But
Does
I mean,
does
he's
Yuno get
literally
another hit after that?
uh
Like uses his wind magic to push Asta further and like faster into
no, that was
Hagrid's heart, I
before.
think.
What happens at this part is I think Zagreus is about to attack Yuno or something, attack Asta or whatever, and then Yuno uses his wind magic to like deflect it, and then
Fuck him up.
Asta, goes forward. Earlier he ran out of anti magic from using a black divider, and so Secker heals him. Obviously, we already talked about that, and he's able to, because now he's healed, he can do it again. He creates the black divider again, and then he slashes Zagrid for the final
He
hit.
black divides him,
Yes, he black divides him.
and it's
Heck yeah.
pretty dang cool. And we all,
Yeah.
as Zagrid dies, we get a little scene of him interacting with Asta's devil, and he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" And Asta's anti-magic devil is like, What does he say? I get this speech mixed up with Zora's speech
I
in the
don't even
last
know.
arc because they're kind of similar in a way.
What
But like,
does he say? He as far as
he's
I
like,
can tell,
he's
Zach
like, who?
just asks who he is, and
He's like, who cares? You lost, fucker.
yeah, pretty much.
Bless you.
Don't worry about it. You're dead now.
Yeah, yeah. That was just like you even need to know. No matter how strong or incredible you are, you lost, and now you're gonna disappear. Goodbye, loser.
There we
And I
go.
love this. I love the scene, and after everything that's happened in the manga recently, I double love it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I
It's pretty
love
cool.
mysterious Asta Devil.
It's pretty
Whatever his
cool.
name is.
Yeah.
So they
Um.
finally defeated the devil, and
This
now they just gotta beat
every
up all the elves.
well all the elves are pretty much beat up except for Fauna, who's just leaving
Yeah.
with everybody else. They're about to be overrun by all of Sacred's dark underworld
Yeah, even though
creatures.
they defeated Zaygrid, all this shit is still there. It
But
hasn't gone away.
the true hero of entire Black Clover is able to save them. Valtos, with the clutch teleport play, gets everybody to the top level.
Yeah, they can all
Except
do it.
except for Yami and Charla, because they grab Gilder and Revchi, who have been dicking around in the treasure area of the Shadow Palace, use transparency magic to get up. Kind of, I guess, like trying to give Gilder and Revchi a point for being there story wise, when in actuality, Valtos could have just teleported the two of them, Charla and Yami, up too.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of stupid to be honest.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
either case, they all end up, escaping the Shadow Palace. And
I like that Asta recognizes both of them, and he's
yeah.
like, "You're that grimoire stealing asshole," and Revchi's like, "It's Revchi."
I'm Revchi.
This is gonna be like the
I'm
last chance we ever
Revchi.
get to talk about Rev 2. Um, comment on Revchi because we're never gonna talk about him again, probably.
What's up?
Uh,
He,
Revchi.
chain magic is objectively pretty cool, but
Yes.
it's attached to a really lame user. Like he could probably fucking Spider-Man around a battlefield with that shit.
That would be cool.
True. I mean, we've
Could be
talked a
some-
lot about, magical abilities being wasted on pointless characters.
dude. I don't know if you're aware, Dylan. I try to think about this shit like all the fucking time.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Uh,
But yeah, so they
Yeah.
finally make it back, and
They see that all the elves are still rampaging, so and they say they need Vengeance's power to get everybody under control. So Asta gets
Um,
rid of Patri.
he
And
undoes the reincarnation of Patri.
Yeah.
he kills him.
pretty much sending him to the afterlife. Vengeance comes back and he uses the spirit light tree to connect to all the elves, or yeah, it's like a union magic with real licht. And thanks to Asta's demon destroyer sword, he's able to end the reincarnation. We see the two little elf kids in the watching. And it turns out the third eye, the three of them have reincarnated one too many times. They can't be leaving with everybody else. And real licht, he says his goodbye.
Hmm.
So does Charla and
Just everyone, all
everyone.
the elves their reincarnations are undone, and
We
they're all
learned
dead
that
for good.
we learned that his reincarnation was Licht's unborn son, which is why he was able to have control this whole time. He was pretty much wrestling for control of the body with a fetus, not a hard fight.
Hmm.
So he was able to gain the strength of a grown man and a little baby.
Yes, a little baby. They did
And
it.
we move on to the final chapter of the arc, 214, which starts with Wraith Magic Soul Abductor. Rades grabs Patri's soul, puts it into the body that Licht had been inhabiting. And it's basically because if he's going to be forced to atone, then Patri needs to as well. And he wants
Dude,
Patri to fear the day Rades comes to fucking murder him. As
yeah,
if he could.
that's so good. It's all so in character.
Yeah.
Like,
And I'm real. Yeah.
imagine I'm super dehydrated right now, so I sound exactly like Rades.
Yeah.
If my bastard ass is gonna fucking make up for this, then so are you, you dumb bitch.
Yeah, and I'm glad that this is I'm glad he was here to do that, because it means Patri actually has to like atone. He can't just
Yeah.
Yeah, he
say
can't just
I'm
run
gonna
away.
go and then die. Can't
It's
run
like
away.
Asta was saying, he can't just, wallow in his misery. He has to actually atone
He
for
has
what
to
he's
deal with the
done.
consequences. Yeah.
Deal with the consequences. Yep.
You know,
It's a
I
shame
think
we never actually see him do that. This is his last appearance of the arc, and I guess his atonement and the Third Eye's atonement is just fucking off.
Well,
Mm,
maybe we'll have to wait to see, We
yeah.
still
Yeah.
have all of these
They,
manga arcs to go through
yeah, they could
one day.
come back and
Yeah.
actually atone.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on later on.
Yeah.
But
But anyway,
we still have a little bit more here.
yeah, everybody starts the cleanup, and Lumiere is gonna crumble away soon. Nero wants to go with him because she's depressed.
Yeah, she wants to
But he's
fuck him, obviously.
yeah, she's pretty in love. But
Yes.
he's like, don't seal off your potential, bitch. Stay here and keep an eye on things. Hold down the fort, because we should see how things go. Keep an eye on them. And he also like notices that Noelle and Mimosa are his descendants, and he's like, oh, it was pretty cool to meet them too.
It's weird, like
Yeah, it feels
why
like a
is it
weird
this
vibe.
group of characters that are like just there? It's obviously Lumiere and Secker, and then Asta's there with fucking Noelle and Mimosa. Everyone else
Mimosa's
just
getting
fucked
healed.
off.
Well, they're helping with clearing out the rubble and saving
I don't know.
people.
I feel like all of them could contribute pretty much, like a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a little weird.
and the chapter ends with Yami and Vengeance going to get Julius's body, but it's not there. Its soul must have fucked up. Or wait, who is this? Who is this coming out of the woodwork? It's a little boy in Julius's clothing with a single piece of paper of a grimoire, and it's Julius. He's alive.
Holy
Go,
shit.
But he's
go fuck yourself. I hate
he-
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
It is pretty stupid.
He should have died.
It's like the author wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to have the touching death scene of Julius, but he also wanted to keep Julius around. You know?
Man, well, I think it's because he wasn't ready for Yami to become the Wizard King.
It would have been Yami.
No,
it-
dude. Fucking
Yami-
Julius
Yami-
would have like literally left it in his last testament.
It would have had to be
This is the
Yami.
candidate. This is
That
the
wouldn't have
only
gone
candidate.
over with like
I know,
the
but
nobles and
it
the
just has to be
royalty.
Yami though.
No.
He's the
no.
shonen protagonist whose journey is already over, so of course he has to be the Wizard King.
No, like fucking Augustus asshole Clover wouldn't have gone over with that. He would have wanted like
Well, we don't
Denzel or
know the
Flareon.
approval process.
Yeah, we don't know how it works. Like, is it like a vote?
If it's
Is it
up
like
to Julius, it would be Yami. If it's up to fucking bureaucratic bullshit, it'd probably be like Fuego Leon.
Even if it was up to Julius, I bet like some of the nobles would have like tried to pull some slick bullshit because they don't want Yami, a foreigner, to be it.
to be honest, Yami would just say no.
Yeah, that's
Gonna
true.
be honest. But still, there would be like this cool thing going on, and like we could have. I don't want to talk about
it's
other
just-
stuff.
You could have gone the normal shonen way of like, oh, the old master dies and he leaves the spot open for a new person to take over, or it could have gone like the subversion route that like My Hero Academia did by having All Might survive his battle with All for One and stick around like depowered, but he's still there
Yeah.
as emotional support and as a
Well,
guiding
that's
light.
basically what just happened.
Yeah, pretty. That's what happened. But like it go like Tabata wanted it both ways because he also wanted like the death scene. You know.
Yeah. There could have been like a whole arc about like who becomes the next Wizard King. But then again, that's probably what the last arc is gonna be. Or like the last arc. I mean, like after the third saga.
Right. Like Asta versus Yuno versus everybody else who
Yeah.
wants it trying to be Wizard King.
They have the Royal Knights V2.
Yeah. World Knights 2, Electric Wizard Kingaloo.
Yeah.
Royal Knights 2, do the Bartman.
Well,
Anyways,
That's the last
yeah.
chapter of the arc.
That's it. I don't have anything else to talk about.
Me neither.
Oh wait, actually I do. Fuck. I completely forgot. There's one last thing that I want to talk about, and that's like, so this whole arc was really fucking long. I don't know,
Yeah.
what was it like 80 chapters or something?
It was
Yeah.
80 chapters compared to the previous
Yeah.
longest arc, The Witch's Forest, which was like 25.
Yeah. So like there were a lot of different like, segments of the arc, like little parts where like there was like a fight or like a grouping of fights that are all like, put together into like their own like mini arc, I feel like.
Mhm.
Like each of these parts was like about the same length as a regular arc, and it's just like fucking, I don't know. It's like 5 times as long as a normal arc.
Yeah, it's like a war arc, but it's like very segmented. Like, oh, this is this is the battle at the Black Bull's hideout. This is the battle at the Gravito Stones after the reincarnation started. This is
This is the Shadow Palace arc. This is like
this is the Royal Realm Castles battle.
yeah, this is the
arc.
the Royal Castle battle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Like, that there's all these
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
you can segment it, but like we really just had to go through the entire arc all in one go.
Yeah.
Because like we said, it was a lot of fights, so like there wasn't too much to say about, each individual fight.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sure
like
we
that it was-
could go into it, but
I like that it was segmented because like it's not the same thing over and over again. You're getting different little bits and pieces. Like, oh, they're in the dream world now. Oh, they're at the castles. That kind of cool stuff. I liked it.
Yeah, it keeps cutting between different characters and different fights and events that are going on simultaneously, and
Different circumstances, stuff
yeah,
like that.
it's very
It was
cool.
good times.
All right,
And
that's all I had.
now we shelve Black Clover for the time until the manga and anime get along further.
Yeah, so
And
like we said, we kind of want to do like a whole bunch of episodes in a row that go together like in like the same like story arc essentially. So this was the first story arc, which was the first saga, which was the Reincarnation Saga. Um, the next one, it's not over yet in the manga, so we're kind of just waiting for that to finish before we want to actually go into that and cover all that.
one day we'll come back to Black Clover, but for now we're moving on to our second series.
Yeah, we're gonna be
You-
covering part 1 and 2 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
1
we're
and 2.
since JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is naturally segmented, we're gonna go a bit at a time
Yeah,
with each part.
we're not gonna
We're
do the
gonna
whole series. We'll just do a couple parts or 1 or 2 parts at a time.
we'll do parts 1 and 2, and then move on to the next series, and then after between that series and the one after, we'll do part 3, maybe 4.
Yeah.
I would kill one of you guys if you said we had to do all of JoJo consecutively.
Oh my god. We would be on that
Nah.
for so long.
That's absolutely. That'd be like
It's-
20 parts.
It's longer than One Piece, right? Like by a lot.
I don't know. I don't.
No, it's definitely shorter than One Piece, but it's still a
It's
lot.
been around longer.
Yeah. Well, but there's also been like there's breaks between parts, right? So that's
Nah.
no?
Nah.
Or maybe it's a monthly series? I don't even know.
It
be honest.
became monthly back in like 2004.
Yeah.
So that kind of it's been around longer, but that like messed with it, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. But anyway, so next episode is actually just gonna be part 1 in its entirety.
Yeah.
Phantom
All
Blood,
Phantom
right?
Blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phantom Blood, yeah.
Phantom Pain.
Yeah, Phantom
Phantom
Pain.
Menace.
This will be interesting. So
Phantom
we talked about at the start of this, we talked, we're gonna do different series where we each have different levels of experience with the series. Like, for example,
Yes.
JoJo's obviously Ash and Mike are experienced in JoJo, and I have no. Well, I do actually have. I've seen the first couple episodes of the part 1 anime, but that's about it.
And you watched some part 4 with us a while
Oh,
back.
I have watched. Well, I watched like. I've seen a little bit of part 3 and a little bit of part 4 also. Yeah.
Yeah, but like for the most part, you don't.
Yeah, I don't really know
you
too
haven't
much.
seen it.
Yeah, Dylan doesn't even know about the force feeding shit scene.
Well,
I can't remember if you're joking or not. That
What?
sounds like something that can actually happen.
Mike, you don't even know if I'm being for real. I'm being for real.
Holy
I'm
shit.
going back in my head. I'm trying to think back.
Against that I don't know how spoilery I want to be. I'll DM
Oh
you.
yeah, part 3.
Yeah.
Part 3 has force feeding shit.
Well, I guess I'm excited for that then. Uh,
Don't worry. You'll get Nazis first.
all right, Nazis are cool. I like them.
No, you don't. Don't be
Yeah,
a liar.
I don't like Nazis. They're very very
This is a very-
cringe.
This is a very anti-Nazi podcast. just so
Nazis are cringe.
you know. Nazis are cringed. We are based.
Dude, Hitler died because one of the Allied forces troops broke into his bunker and said, "I'm putting you in my cringe compilation." Well, like you really thought that was that funny, huh?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm hilarious.
All right.
So that's pretty much it. Like we said, we're gonna be doing part 1 of JoJo next in about 2 weeks. And here's all the links on the screen. And I
I
guess
don't see him. Wait, I'm blind.
God damn it, Mike. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm leaving.
All right. Well,
Remember, guys, support us on Patreon or
Yeah.
our
We don't
highest reward tier. You could pay for Mike's omnipotent surgery so he doesn't need to see anymore.
make sure to join our highest tier, which is $6,000 a month.
Yes.
It's
Our
very
6,000
necessary.
a $6,000 a month tier for that. Once a month, you can legally own us.
And I can't believe you were gonna be like, actually, we don't have a Patreon until I made it super fucking weird and bizarre.
Well, we don't have a Patreon, but
we are bizarre.
we are bizarre. This is going on for way too long. Holy shit.
End it here.
We need to stop.